Yes, we're live, we're back. Welcome back to Wrestle News 365. We're live for a SummerSlam watch-along. Hope you're all doing very well. Hope you're ready for the biggest event of the summer indeed. We're about 13 minutes away from the show going live on the air. I was a little bit late, for several reasons. I mean, it's been a hell of an evening, right? First of all, I was a little bit late because I was so distracted by Booker T on the kickoff show. I was like, Booker T's just... Booker T on these kickoff panels is just gold. He is pure gold. Listening to him going crazy, I think he'd just chugged an energy drink, and he was all kinds of fired up. So I was listening to that. And also, some of you can help me with this, right? If you suffer from the same thing as me. So now that I've been doing this a couple of years and being a wrestling fan for several years, you know what you need to do, basically. When it comes to staying up late, you know what you need to do. Whether you need to get a bit of sleep in earlier, whatever you need to do. So I got a bit of sleep in earlier, and I woke up, and guys, I can't hear. out of one ear, I can't hear. I can't hear out of it at the moment. It's crazy what's going on. So I've got one ear that works, and I was trying to sort of, figure out, and it just doesn't work. So we're currently operating with one ear this evening. So how it's going to go, we'll have to wait and see, folks, yeah? We'll have to wait and see. I'm always having trouble with my hearing, and literally the right ear is not hearing so far. And I literally just put my headphones in. I was like, I wonder how much I can hear. Not a lot. So we can hear it in here. I'm like Michael Cole on commentary. Whenever you hear Michael Cole do commentary, now he says he's partially deaf for all of those years that he spent in war zones and just with the cans on and all that kind of stuff. But I've tried everything, and to be honest, it's a bit of a common occurrence with me. I'm always having problems with it, this ear or that ear. So, and I've tried all of the things. I've tried all of the remedies and all that kind of stuff. It's not working. So it'll be fine though. But be sure to click the like button. Be sure to subscribe. You can see the live subscriber count. That right there is indeed a live subscriber number. We're currently at 12,072 subscribers. So if you haven't already, subscribe. Bottom right hand corner. Let's see if we can get to 12,100 or something like that. That's what, 28 this evening. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Bottom right hand corner. I can see people. Filing into the chat as well at the moment. Got Nathaniel saying yeah. Got an LA Knight yeah. I mean, I can bring them all. Yeah. Oh, we can bring that. I can hear that. No problem whatsoever. A lot of people saying yeah. Harry says, hi, Owen. Looking forward to watching this with you. Should be great. Thank you for joining me. Looking forward to watching it with all of you guys here this evening. Red Devil says, your hearing problems is because of headphones. It is. That's the problem. That's the problem. I've always got my headphones in. I need to wear them less often, definitely. And two, I need to... If I'm going to wear them as much as I do, I need to not wear ones like these. I was thinking of buying sort of the over ones. They're a bit better on your ears. That's why. That's ultimately why. But it's fine. It will resolve itself. I got the drops and all that kind of stuff. Yes. Also, so we're about, as I mentioned, about 10 minutes away from the show going live on the air. The WWE Network's had a bit of an upgrade here in the UK, by the way. It's still not Peacock, so I don't think we have to worry about that. But I don't really like the new layout of it that much. I'm still getting used to it. I'm still getting used to it, must be said. Let's do some predictions. Okay, this is actually in the correct order, apparently, of how the matches are going to go this evening. So let's start off talking about Ricochet versus Logan Paul. This is going to open the show, primarily because obviously it's going to be fast action, fast paced. They're looking for viral moments, but also because Logan Paul, he wants to get out. He wants to get out of Detroit. The reason he wants to get out of Detroit is because he wants to go to Texas, I think it's Texas, where his brother, Jake Paul, is fighting Nate Diaz this evening. The plan for him, by all accounts, is to have this match, get on a private jet, fly to Texas, and hopefully maybe make it to the ring in time for his brother's fight. I believe it's in Texas. You can let me know. Logan Paul is going to win this one. Logan Paul is going to win because he has barely won. The last time he won a match, I believe, was SummerSlam last year. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was against The Miz. Since then, he's lost to Roman Reigns. He lost in the Royal Rumble. he lost at WrestleMania, and he lost at Money in the Bank. So unfortunately for Ricochet, it's going to be Logan Paul he's going to have to put Logan Paul over this evening. That's what's going to happen with him. Next, according to the match order, which I'm really surprised by this, really surprised by this one, is Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. Second on the docket. Second on the show. And to be honest, second position, it's not like a death position, but it's very tough, that. But no, the most coveted spots on the card, of course, are the main event and the opener. Going second led to Chris Jericho leaving WWE and going to AEW because he had that match against Kevin Owens, second at WrestleMania, at WrestleMania 33. So it's a challenging position if this indeed is accurate. Most likely, had it not been for Logan Paul's request, I think this would have been opening the show. But the fact that it's second is quite curious. I would think Cody Rhodes is going to win. He's the golden child of WWE that isn't called Roman Reigns right now. He's the top babyface in the company. And despite my issues with this feud, which is why on earth are they doing it? Because Brock Lesnar attacked Cody Rhodes after WrestleMania all the way back in April, and we still have no reason as to why Brock Lesnar attacked Cody Rhodes. I mean, have we still even been told at this point? We still have not. Nevertheless, it's a win apiece, and tonight Cody Rhodes gets the victory, I think. Next, we then go to the Slim Jim Battle Royal, and I think everyone knows who we want to win this one.
Yeah!
I mean, everyone knows exactly who we want to win this one, right? Yeah?
With everybody saying, yeah!
My worry is that he doesn't win it. That's the concern, isn't it? Because WWE, they've got a thing about not giving you what you want. And everyone wants LA Knight to win this match. He didn't win at Money in the Bank. Now, he did win on SmackDown last night, and he wasn't standing tall. But there's some big hitters in this match, too. There's an AJ Styles, there's Austin Theory, there's Sheamus, there's Santos Escobar, there's Grayson Waller. So, as much as LA Knight should win this one, part of me just feels like maybe he doesn't. And something in me says Grayson Waller might win it. Grayson Waller, he's been getting over on TV, had the Grayson Waller effect, been calling out the likes of The Rock. There's, rumors, possibly, The Rock could show up tonight. I don't think that's going to happen. But part of me, again, just feels like WWE, and because we've done, if you've been a wrestling fan, particularly a WWE fan, for as long a period of time as I have, over 20 years at this point, WWE has this thing, despite being a babyface territory, of not giving the fans what they want. If they're telling WWE, this is who we want. LA Knight's rumored for a big push later this year. They say the only reason he wouldn't get one is because of backstage politics and a backstage attitude. But what a perfect place to kick off this big push for him by winning a featured match at SummerSlam. He wasn't even on WrestleMania. He was in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal the night before. Was the most popular guy. Didn't win that one. So the hope would be that he wins this. But I'm still not, I'm going to be honest, totally confident. I'm not totally confident about this one. Next is the MMA rules match, which could be, possibly, Ronda Rousey's final WWE match, maybe ever, at least for the foreseeable future. She's facing off against Shayna Baszler. The curious thing with this is that WWE has no idea what an MMA rules match is. According to Dave Meltzer in the latest Wrestling Observer newsletter, he said that they picked the stipulation, and as of the time he printed, which I guess was Friday, he didn't know. He spoke to people in WWE. They went, we don't know what it is, which is so typical pro wrestling. I remember Vince McMahon in the pandemic with the Boneyard match, and Triple H was one of the producers on that. And he went to Vince. He said, "Hey, Boneyard match, cool. What is it?" And he went, "I don't know. I just booked the shit," is what he said to him at the time. So logically, an MMA rules match would be in some kind of octagon, or they called it back in the Attitude Era a Lion's Den. They've kind of converted that into the fight pit. I don't think it's going to be a fight pit because they would call it a fight pit. They could use the Lion's Den's kind of structure where it's in a bit of a cage, something like that. I would think that's what it's going to be. If they just have an MMA fight inside of a WWE ring, I mean, it's kind of like in Japan, like Pride and all that kind of stuff. Maybe the only way to win is by knockout or submission, maybe. Either way, Shayna Baszler wins because Ronda Rousey, she's out of here. She's going on hiatus. Intercontinental Championship match, der Ring General Gunther defends against Drew McIntyre, which could be a sleeper for the match of the evening, by the way, because Gunther's matches on pay-per-view, they're pretty damn special. I think Gunther wins, because once he's this close to being the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time, why would they take the belt off him at this point? Even though I love me some Drew McIntyre, and I really do hope he wins the World Heavyweight Championship on Raw, because he deserves to be a world champion in front of people, in front of a crowd. But I don't think he wins the title tonight. I think Gunther retains, and if he doesn't, I think that's a missed opportunity for WWE. We then have the World Heavyweight Championship. Now this one is hard to call. Very, very difficult one to call. Seth Rollins defends against Finn Bálor. The reason I say it's difficult to call is because Seth is still fairly new into his title reign. He only won it, a couple of months ago at Night of Champions. But at the same time, the Judgment Day is dominating WWE TV right now. They're on Raw, they're on NXT, they're on SmackDown. Brand split? What brand splits? I don't know what you're talking about. Still, the fact that they're all over TV, and the fact that at the moment, Finn Balor's the only one without anything. Rhea Ripley's the Women's World Champion. Damian Priest is Senior Money in the Bank. Dominic Mysterio is the NXT North American Champion. So maybe tonight's the night for Finn Balor. Or, of course, there is the issue of Damian Priest with the Money in the Bank briefcase, and maybe he cashes in. If he teases a cash in and it causes a distraction and Seth Rollins wins, that sucks because they already did that. They did that at Money in the Bank, so they shouldn't redo that, I don't think. So I think a good way to do it and stretch this one out a little bit and tell a longer story would be Finn Balor wins. Finn Balor wins, and then you've got a situation where you've got a guy actively who's a world champion and another guy in the faction who's carrying around the briefcase. And those teases and those subtleties continue week to week to week. So you tell a bit of a longer story. So I think maybe that's the direction they could go. So I'm going to go with Finn Balor. And it would be good for Finn Balor to be world champion on the main roster, finally. Yes, he was the first ever Universal Champion, but he was only Universal Champion for 24 hours. I mean, that's the story they're telling here, is that this thing is eating up Finn Balor because he won the title 7 years ago, the Universal Championship, but he got injured against Seth Rollins at this very same event. So that's the story to tell, I think, is that Finn Balor wins tonight. Now this one's worrying. Women's Championship triple threat match. Bianca, Belair, Charlotte facing the champion Asuka. If Charlotte Flair leaves Detroit as the women's champion, WWE has a problem. Because the gimmick and the character for Charlotte Flair is, I'm the champion. And if I'm not the champion, I'm not on TV. Now, my worry is that they might do it. My worry is they might do it, but the way that they get around it is they have Io Sky cash in, because I believe tonight will be the night that Io Sky cashes in, and I think she will leave Detroit as the women's champion. Now, there have been reports and rumors about a possible, how do I say this without spoiling stuff if you don't want to be spoiled? About something. I'm going to be really vague with that, really, really vague with that. And if that something is true, I think that would factor into this one, given the circumstances. And again, if that is true, that's awesome. And it could go either way if indeed that is true. I will leave it at that. We will leave it at that. Finally, Tribal Combat, Undisputed Universal Championship on the line. Roman Reigns, Jey Uso. Roman Reigns is not dropping the championship anytime soon. That's not happening. We did the report earlier today. Fightful Select reported that basically Roman Reigns, he's losing the title when he and Paul Heyman want to lose the title. That is not going to be tonight. So those are my predictions. And we are live on the air for SummerSlam. Look at that perfect timing, Owen. Well done. We've just got the screen, you know, when it says, warning, you know, don't show this to people or you'll go to jail. And it's like, wow.
Shut up! Shut up!
Got the Then Now Forever. To jack the volume up on this because I've only got one ear. And remember, if you haven't already, click that like button. And let's see if we can get to 12,100 subscribers. Bottom right hand corner. Together. Yes, yes, yes. SummerSlam. Oh, I used to love this event and also kind of dread it at the same time because it always used to remind me of having to go back to school. There's Kid Rock. WWE Hall of Famer Kid Rock as well. I remember watching him at WrestleMania 25 when they're in Texas doing his whole set. Telling the story of SummerSlam, 1988, the first one in MSG. What is your favorite SummerSlam of all time? Gosh, that is such a good question. What my favorite one? I mean, you've had the ladder match rematch between Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon in '95. You had the first ever tables, ladders, and chairs match, SummerSlam 2000. You think about the Highway to Hell, Steve Austin versus The Undertaker in 1998, even though the main event itself wasn't that great, but peak of the Attitude Era. You think about Triple H. Triple H didn't actually win his first WWE Championship, but that was on the Raw after, when Mankind won it. My favorite SummerSlam? God, I think probably 2002. 2002 SummerSlam, it's just littered with superb matches. The greatest opening match, I think, is SummerSlam history, which is Kurt Angle versus Rey Mysterio. You've got the return of Shawn Michaels, unsanctioned match, Shawn Michaels versus Triple H, in a match that just superseded anyone's expectations. Main event, Brock Lesnar versus The Rock, the passing of the torch. SummerSlam 2002, peak ruthless aggression era. It's just fantastic. It's probably my favorite. 2002, such a great year for WWE. Look at Gunther in the vehicle. Jason says, breaking news. Congratulations to Michael Cole and bad news, Wade Barrett, for being named the new primary commentary team for Raw. Yes, there has been a commentary team shake-up. We covered that earlier today. New broadcast teams for Raw and SmackDown. On Monday Night Raw, Michael Cole returns to the red brand with Wade Barrett. SmackDown, it's Michael Cole, Corey Graves, and Kevin Patrick. I think that's an acknowledgement that Kevin Patrick as a play-by-play guy on Raw isn't working, which is good. And don't get me wrong, I love me some Michael Cole, and he is a legend. But I think you have to be careful about being oversaturated. I think that is a worry. Some said they feel like it might be the beginning of the end for Michael Cole, doing a bit of a retirement tour, really. And here we go. Born to be Wild indeed. Presented by C4 Energy. Just me, I've got a cup of coffee. And there we are, live in Ford Field for the first time since WrestleMania, all the way back in 2007. WrestleMania 23. And we're back inside Ford Field. I love that venue for WrestleMania. It's brilliant. And that was such a great WrestleMania too. Over 50,000 fans in attendance. Good WWE. I mean, WWE, when it comes to pay-per-views, premium live events, have just been killing it this year. Absolutely killing it. And I have exactly the same expectations tonight. And here we go. The match order was correct. We've got the viral match going off first. And there's Logan Paul. I'll put the poll in the chat. Who leaves victorious? As always, guys, what we do when we do these watch-alongs, we do predictions, and then afterwards we do our star ratings as well. Forget Meltzer or whoever, you can put your own stars in. Poll is in the chat. You can let us know your predictions. Logan Paul or Ricochet? As I mentioned, Logan Paul is opening the show, frankly, because obviously the match is going to be good and all that kind of stuff, but he's opening the show because he wants to go watch his brother. He wants to go watch his brother fight against Nate Diaz. And Michael Cole with Corey Graves at ringside. Look at the venue. Look, I think there's high expectations for this one, certainly. There's high expectations for it because despite Logan Paul not being the most polished in-ring professional wrestler, I think, to be honest, he might be one of the most impressive people with such a short tenure in the business since Kurt Angle. I think people will say that's a really big claim, but the amount of training he hasn't had and how young he is in terms of the business, he's a phenomenon. You can't, whether you like him or hate him, you cannot argue Logan Paul is absolutely incredible. And there is Ricochet. Of course, being announced by his fiancée, Samantha Irvin. Team Nathan says, where is JR and Jerry the King? They haven't been around for a while. JR's in AEW, but he's actually recovering. He's quite a lot of health issues at the moment. Same with Jerry Lawler, still recovering from a stroke earlier this year. Shout out to both. The best broadcasting team of all time. As Ricochet's in the ring. And just doing, backflips like it's nothing. The thing with WWE as well is they've got the sponsorship in overdrive at the moment. Pretty much every match has a sponsor. They've got Rocket Mortgage and Connect 313. Slim Jim's a part of this show as well. They are their sponsorship's a sponsorship right now. They're making a lot of money when it comes to their sponsorships this year. They made a record amount of money when it came to sponsorships for WrestleMania. Let's go. Look at that. Look at that shot. Absolutely beautiful production by WWE. Certainly the standard when it comes to stadium shows, aren't they? Oh, look at Logan Paul. He's shining the head of Ricochet. He went, ha ha. He's bold. Oh, and he just got slapped right in the face. Wow. Logan Paul wasn't happy with that one. Goes for a clothesline. Ricochet ducks. And oh, look at that. Just a handspring head scissors already. Follows it up with a drop kick. Oh, here we go. Ricochet. Is he going to go for a dive already? No. Once again, handspring into a moonsault into the superhero pose in the middle of the ring. And a nip up. This is certainly one of those matches that is not called in the ring. It's heavily choreographed. Ricochet and Logan Paul have been working with each other probably for the last month or so, putting this match together. It was reported that they had a training session, I believe on the 1st of this month, at the Performance Center in Orlando, Florida, to go through this match. Had several run-throughs, which is par for the course of Logan Paul and his matches again, because he's not experienced. They have to kind of get him through it like it's a dance. My ear popped. I can hear. Oh. Look at that leapfrog by Logan Paul. All goes for a sunset flip. Ricochet goes for a kick. Logan Paul ducks it. Look at this exchange. Oh, and a big reverse elbow. Some would call it a Judas effect by Logan Paul. Palmerius, big up Palmerius. Been a member for a month. Appreciate the support. Comes over from UV. Really appreciate it. Says, big up Owen. Hope you're good. Shout out to you for the work ethic, following United in the summer, and wrestling truly ruins the sleep pattern. Tell me about it. Oh my goodness me. If anything, it makes today easier because I've been doing this schedule for like 3 weeks. Existing across 2 time zones is not recommended, but I wouldn't have it any other way. And I really appreciate all of the support. Really appreciate everyone that's tuned in on both platforms. Truly, it means a lot. It's not lost on me how lucky, and that's what it is. It's luck. It's pure luck on my part, how lucky I am. So I really, really do appreciate it. The very least I can do is give you my time. For the support that you give. So again, it's absolutely really, really, it means a lot, honestly. And I really appreciate the support as well. Channel memberships, they're a new thing. We're building it out. We've been adding more things to it. We've got a Monday Night Wars rewatch series. We've got some match rewatches as well. We did Mick Foley versus Ric Flair from SummerSlam 2006 the other day. And really, it can be anything that the members want. As the more members that we get, I'm willing to really do anything on there, obviously, without sounding too weird. But Logan Paul dominating Ricochet at the moment. Look at that, just the athleticism. Jumps over the top rope. Both on the apron. Reverse elbow by Ricochet there. And now just look at this. Clubbing blows across the back of Ricochet. He's going to go for this neck breaker maybe. Oh, look at that. Rude awakening neck breaker. Shades of the ravishing one himself, Rick Rude. And with a kiss to his fiancée at ringside. And now he's going after Ricochet's fiancée. Samantha Irvin is tremendous as well. She does such a good job. Awesome, awesome ring announcer. Joining the greats of the likes of Howard Finkel and others. The Fink. And now look at Logan Paul just teeing off in the corner, channeling his brother. Isn't Logan Paul training for another boxing fight? Or did I miss that the other day? And now look, the body shots by Logan Paul in the corner. And the referee pulls Logan Paul away. And Logan Paul's on top at the moment, guys. Said he's my prediction to win this one. He's doing the Ali shuffle as well. Oh, and a right gut punch once again. Look at him targeting the kidneys. 50,000 fans in Detroit telling Logan Paul he sucks. Chance of you suck, you suck, you suck. And what's Logan Paul going for now? He's got Ricochet on the top rope. And now he's got him on the shoulder. What's he looking for? Running power slam. I'm not sure if that was meant to be Shades. Oh, it was Braun Strowman. That's what it was about. Right. I thought it was meant to be a reference to the British Bulldog. You know, SummerSlam being the scene of his most iconic victory, 1992 Wembley Stadium. But it's actually meant to be a Braun Strowman running slam. I don't think it's as much of a diss as he thinks it is. Of course, Ricochet and Braun Strowman were tag team partners, but still. And look at Logan. I mean, this is the difference now. He's been doing this over a year. He understands the psychology a bit more. He's going to the crowd. He's being a heel. He's selling with the face. He's making the people hate him because they hate him anyway. This is what I'm saying. Logan Paul, for the short time that he's been doing this, for the limited matches that he's been doing this, he is... Oh, big boot. No, he wouldn't. He's going to do it. The Hogan leg drop. Oh, a split. Cover. 2. Oh, he calls it the Hogan Paul. And now he's posing. Look at him. He's jacked as well, Logan Paul. No doubt. That's how to get heat nowadays. Do anything Hulk Hogan related. My goodness. But as I've said, for me, his adaptation to pro wrestling is unbelievable. That's when people who ask me, oh... And Ricochet, is he going to do a version of his... Well, he did a Rock version of a spine buster. I thought he was going to do a people's elbow. Oh, he is! He is! He just did a Hulk Hogan move, and now Ricochet's going to do a version of the Rock. It's the most electrifying move, people's moonsault! Oh! 2. Oh. And he kicks out. It was the people's moonsault, channeling his inner Dwayne, who could or could not be in Detroit tonight. Kicks to the thigh. Tried to shoot him off the ropes. Reverses. And a big back. Oh, wow! Big back body drop by Logan Paul. Nasty landing by Ricochet. Didn't land flat on the back as he should. He kind of landed on his knees. That's one way to do an ACL. Look at this. It's not a flat back bump at all. Wow. Over rotates too. Nasty. Nasty, nasty landing. Big up Minna in the chat. Says I'm a new wrestling fake fan, so it's great to join the community. Big up Minna. Go subscribe to her channel. She's been playing 2K recently. He's a convert. And now what's Logan Paul going to do? I mean, he's got to do something this evening. He might be the only Paul brother to win on pay-per-view on Saturday night. I feel like Nate Diaz is going to win that one. I really do. I know, like, him facing former UFC fighters is what he does. Or is he thinking of Spanish Fly? I think he is. Oh! Oh, he landed on his feet. Well, they kind of botched it. And now that was meant to be the viral moment. They blew it. They blew it. Oh, that's a Spanish Fly. And they still kind of blew it as well. So they meant to do a Spanish Fly off the ring apron and land on their feet. And they didn't. They landed kind of on the floor. That was meant to be this cool viral moment. It didn't really work out. So they then went into another Spanish Fly, which still kind of wasn't flush. It's impressive, but it wasn't what they were looking for, I don't think. And Logan Paul sweeps Ricochet off his feet and just pulls him out from under the ring. Now Ricochet to the outside. Now Logan Paul, what's he maybe thinking? He might be thinking a dive of some sort. Oh, whoa! Oh. That was a buckshot lariat from the inside of the ring to the outside, and he hit it. And now he's drinking Prime, and he's throwing it over the face of Ricochet. Take a look at this. Again, I mean, it's impressive. But a bit like a couple of things in this match so far, it's impressive, but it's like they're trying too much. And whilst they're trying too much, it can lead to a bit of sort of clunkiness. Crossbody. And now standing moonsault, much better by Logan Paul, cover. And Ricochet just slides out. They're looking for that one viral moment. And so far, maybe they just haven't hit it just yet. Frankly, I'm waiting for them to replicate their spot from the Royal Rumble earlier this year, which I think they will. They'll do the spot, which is the double springboard, clash in midair. Once again, look inside Ford Field. Logan Paul looks like he's got a bit of a mouse under his eye. Oh, he went for one lucky shot. Blocked by Ricochet. He's now going to tee off with the right hands and the forearms. Logan Paul shoves him back. Ricochet ducks the corner. Oh, shoulder first into the ring post there. And he might have hit his nose, actually. And Ricochet now trying to assess the situation. Horrible sounds. Those coverings that they have over the steel ring post make it sound just so horrible when they bump into it. And now they're both trying to go to the top rope. High risk situation here. What have they got planned? Ford Field comes to its feet. Oh, what was that? That was a nasty, nasty landing by Logan Paul. Hurricane-style neck breaker. Shades of Gregory Helms himself. And I don't know if Logan Paul rotated enough. Look at this. He doesn't go back. He doesn't go back enough. He just about gets there in the end, but it's a nasty landing by Logan Paul. The way to take the move is you do the neck breaker, but the other person has to go out quite far back. And Logan Paul didn't really do it. He kind of landed on his tailbone as opposed to his back. He looks to be okay, but it was a rough landing. That one will really hurt. Logan Paul's back to his feet first. Kick to the tricep and the quadricep. And a chop to the chest by Ricochet. Reversing the Irish whip. Springboard. Hamstring. Hammed spring. Back elbow. Hits the ropes again. Forearm sends him down. Ricochet all firing up. Shoots him into the corner. Headbutt to the gut. Logan Paul looks like he's gassed a little bit. He looks like he's pretty winded. Springboard. Oh, and a cross body. And Logan Paul goes down. Logan Paul's moving a bit gingerly. Ricochet, he's got cardio for days, so it's no problem. Oh, standing shooting star. And Logan Paul kicks out. Maybe the pace just needs to drop just slightly. Again, Logan Paul, I mean, maybe he's just selling. But even the way that Logan Paul's kind of bumping, he looks to be in pain. And he is sucking air big time. Logan Paul looks in trouble. He might just be a really good seller, maybe. But he looks like he is gassed. And now he's just delivering the kicks. Logan Paul's struggling. He's in trouble. Looks absolutely gassed. I mean, by all accounts, the Hurricane did actually produce this match, hence the Hurricane neckbreaker that they did. Look at Logan. He is white in the face. I know what's he going to try and do. I went for the back suplex. Ricochet lands on his feet. Ducks the clothesline in the corner. Oh, big reverse elbow. And now what's Logan Paul doing? Whoa, look at that. Counters it. Into a DDT. Wow, oh my goodness me. That was incredible by Logan Paul. Cover 2. Oh, and Ricochet kicks out. I tell you what, the spring that Logan Paul gets off that moonsault is incredible. I said he sped. Look at the height of this. He is miles in the air. That is incredible. He gets caught by Ricochet, turns it into a DDT. Ricochet sells it impressive. But it was the height of that springboard into the moonsault was absolutely incredible. Wow. And just when you think, I'm going, he looks a bit spent, he looks a bit tired, he does that. My goodness me. Absolutely incredible. And look, he's put the cigar down, shades of JBL. Goes through. Almost a V-trigger by Ricochet. Oh, he went for a recoil, and again, Logan Paul didn't know how to take it. There's been a couple moments in the match like that where Logan Paul doesn't really know how to take the move. And now Ricochet's going to try something from the corner. Logan Paul's down in the ring. Ricochet's maybe going to go for, what, 630, shooting star, something like that. Ricochet, the ribs look to be in pain. Pointing to the top, he's going to go for shooting star. Oh, he gets the knees up. Small package, small package. Oh, and Ricochet kicks out. Off the shooting star press, Logan Paul gets the knees up right into the bad knees of the one and only. Small package maybe wasn't as tight as he would have wanted it to be. Just having a look at the step-up knee into the recoil. Again, Logan Paul's taken a couple of bumps in this match that have looked really nasty. Oof. Look at that kick by Logan Paul. Flips him up into the corner. Oh, look at that inverted powerbomb. Beautiful. Also known as an alley-oop. And a kip up by Logan Paul. I said he was tired, no problem. There's no doubt, you can't doubt the athleticism, the athlete that Logan Paul is. He's going to go for a springboard. Whoa, springboard frog splash by Logan Paul. Oh, and Ricochet kicks out. Logan Paul, the height he gets on his springs is absolutely nuts. Take a look at this. Springboard of ease. Again, that's not easy. Look at the height. That is insane. I mean, we talk about Montez Ford, about the height he gets with the frog splashes and the springboards. He is right up there. Quite literally, Logan Paul. And now he's going to go for one lucky punch. Oh, super kick by Ricochet. And look at Logan Paul. He's staggered on his feet. Up on the shoulders. Oh, and a version of a go to sleep almost. And again, he's going to try and hit another one. Oh, look at that fireman's carry driver. Now thinking top rope lion soul by Ricochet. Oh, and Logan Paul kicks out 2 3/4. I think the criticism of this match would be, as impressive as it is, it does just feel like spot, 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 impressive spot, impressive spot, 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 impressive spot, impressive spot, 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 spot. As opposed to psychological, break a body part down, tell a story. The story in this one is kind of who's trying to do the best flip, maybe. It's different horses for different courses, of course. Everyone's got their different preparation on certain match types in wrestling. Logan Paul's clutching the ankle of Ricochet here, and Ricochet just stomping on the shoulder of his opponent. And Ricochet trying to fire up. Floats over the top. He's going to go to the top rope. Ricochet going up top. He went for the shooting star earlier. Is he going to go for it again, or is he going to go for 630? 630. Oh, he missed. Logan Paul rolls out the way. Sometimes Ricochet can roll through, and he just landed on his back. Who the hell's that? What's that? Logan Paul's... He's just giving brass knuckles. One of Logan Paul's entourage is giving him brass knuckles. He's got brass knuckles on his hand. What the hell was that? Someone in the baseball cap gave Logan Paul brass knucks. Here we go. Oh, the power of the punch. The shades of William Regal. 2, 3, and Logan Paul gets the victory. And he puts the brass knucks in his tights. The referee never saw it, even though the referee turned away at the time. And for all the viral moments, for all the flipping, for all the flopping, for all the flying, for all the springboards, for all the moonsaults, power of the punch, shades of William Regal. He might as well wave to the crowd like William Regal used to do. Logan Paul gets the victory. And Logan Paul's telling Samantha Irvin, announce me, announce me, announce me. I mean, it's not exactly the same, to be honest, but he's basically saying...
Acknowledge me.
Get your star ratings in. How would you rate the SummerSlam opener? Logan Paul defeats Ricochet. Star ratings out of 5. Star rating out of 5 for that one. I give it a 3. I think I'd give it a 3. There's no doubting the athleticism of both of them. It's incredible. For me, and again, I'm not one of those people that just because it's not my thing, I'm telling you it's bad. Because there were parts of it that I thought were very entertaining and again, very impressive. Just in terms of psychology for me, it's not my thing, this style. It's incredibly impressive. As I mentioned, it kind of felt like just, they were trying to just do a more impressive spot after impressive spot. I like the finish. It's basic. Again, that's pro wrestling. Incredibly impressive by Logan Paul, as I mentioned. No doubt about it. Samantha Irvin looks like she's going to cry. But Logan Paul needed that win, frankly, because he hasn't won in a long time. But I give it a 3. Chad says 3.5. Harry says 4 for me. Red Devil says 3. I think 3 is fair. He just took Prime from a kid. You own the franchise, mate. You don't need to be taking them. You literally took candy from a baby, Logan Paul. But there we go. That's our first match of the evening. A victory in the books for Logan Paul, which, again, I think most people saw coming. I'd have been very surprised if indeed Ricochet had won that one. Remember, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. That is a live subscriber counter. So if you subscribe, it will go up. It will tick over. The aim this evening is to reach 12,100. So if you haven't already, subscribe. Really appreciate everyone that subscribed recently. Got a ton of new subscribers. Hit the 12K mark, which is incredible. So yeah, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Bottom right hand corner. How many likes are we currently on? We're currently on 35 likes. Only 15 away from 50 as well. So if you haven't already, click that like button too. And remember, you can join the WN365 roster. You can click the join button. Links in the video description below. It's also the pinned comment in the live chat. Get badges, emojis, and exclusive members only content. Doing a lot of match rewatches recently, and it's open to anything you guys want. Anything you guys want in the world of pro wrestling, we can cover it. We can do it for the members exclusively. So really exciting stuff there. Oh, look at this. Who arrives? Sheamus is there in a monster truck. Sheamus is there in a monster truck. He's greeted by Ridge Holland and Butch. They're in the SummerSlam Slim Jim Battle Royal later on. I don't think Sheamus was actually driving that, must be said. I've never got the monster truck thing. Very popular in America. And look at this theme song. Thanks to Steppenwolf, not the villain, from Justice League, the band, Born to Be Wild. What a classic. An absolute classic. Well, coming up next, as I mentioned, I'm surprised this is second on the card, but indeed, Brock Lesnar versus the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes 3, is next. Now, I think Cody's going to win. Given that it's a Brock Lesnar match, I don't think it's going to go very long. But I think Cody gets the victory. No stipulation was ever considered. And they're saying there's 4 main events here. I mean, they're calling it in the promo package, The Saga Begins, and the saga's going to continue. Again, what this saga is about, we still don't know. Why Brock Lesnar attacked Cody Rhodes, it's still never been explained, which to me I think is just bizarre. I also as well, for me, I loved Brock Lesnar as a babyface. I loved Brock Lesnar as a babyface. I loved cowboy, sweater-wearing Brock. Just enjoying himself, Brock. Once he turned heel, I was like, no, we've seen this. We've seen Brock heel. Don't know when he's going to show up. When he shows up, F5, gets angry, leave. You want happy Brock. That was my favourite version of Brock because it was different. As far as their matches so far, yeah. They had the match in Puerto Rico where Brock just bled buckets everywhere. And the finish was quite bizarre. Then they had the whole Cody, the arm's broken. So I'm going to be totally protected. I didn't lose, damn it. I passed out of pain. Even though it's a Kimura lock. And passing out by pain through a Kimura lock is an odd school of thought. And they've done the Brock Lesnar breaks the guy's arm thing a million times. And now we all knew it was coming to this. So I can't say, to be honest, I've been blown away by this feud at all. Because, again, to me, it lacks a lot of logic. And I don't know. It just hasn't done it for me. Clearly it's been something to get Cody more over, something for Cody to do that isn't re-challenging for the Undisputed Universal Championship as well. But Cody's going to win tonight. I would be floored if he didn't. So I'll put the poll in the chat, though. Who leaves victorious? And the question is it going to be Brock Lesnar or is it going to be Cody Rhodes? I mean, think of the protection that Cody Rhodes has had in this feud thus far. Okay? He won that first match in Puerto Rico. The reason he lost, they're saying, against Brock, not only did he not get pinned, not only did he not submit, he passed out through pain. And the only reason he lost to Brock Lesnar is because he went to the match with a broken hand or a broken arm, however they wanted to call it. So the protection on Cody Rhodes is incredible. Cody Rhodes has only lost twice since he's come back to WWE at WrestleMania 38 last year. One was against Roman Reigns in the main event of this year's WrestleMania, and the reason he lost that is because Solo Sikoa came in and hit him, so Roman Reigns cheated, and the other time was Brock, and he didn't even get pinned. He passed out. I mean, the protection of Cody is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And that's not going to change tonight. It just isn't. My curious thing is that once this feud is over tonight, because it will be over tonight, what does Cody do now? Does he go after the World Heavyweight Championship? He says he doesn't want to. That's not the story he wants to finish. Does he go after Roman Reigns? That's for WrestleMania next year, the plan is. And by all accounts, he might lose that one too because it's up to Roman when he wants to drop the belt. So it's a really interesting position as to where Cody is at the moment. No one can doubt how over he is and how popular he is. He sells a ton of merchandise, gets a great pop. Obviously, people love his song. But this has been, again, a strange storyline for me. Almost, again, it kind of reminds me a little bit of some of Cody's storylines in AEW, which, ironically enough, turned the fans against him. But I think at the time it was because people said this is a very sort of WWE-esque style presentation that would work better in WWE, which is what's happened with Cody. So, as they say in the promo package, the saga ends. And I think it ends with a Cody Rhodes victory, honestly. And here comes the beast. Brock's first out. What does Brock do after this, in all honesty, too? Not that I want Brock to win the World Heavyweight Championship, but I'd be interested to see him go for that bout. And Brock, as always, looks ginormous. Look at the size of him. The guy is just a freak. They're not built like him. He is a legitimate animal. The Beast Incarnate is a fitting nickname. When Pat McAfee said he is the alpha male of our species, he was absolutely right. Look at this monster that is Brock Lesnar. My God. JG, one of our members, says this video package is doing the most. Jason says, Cody for the win, then build Cody versus Roman, although I want to see Roman versus Rock. What about you, Owen? Do you want Rock versus Roman for all the marbles? It'd be big business, wouldn't it, for WWE? I just feel like at this point, The Rock, I just don't think he's interested. I mean, I think the only thing he's interested in doing for WWE is doing what he basically does now, which is occasionally show up for a show where he does a promo segment. I think the days of Rock working a match for WWE are over. WWE's wanted him for WrestleMania every year since he last competed at WrestleMania, which was in 2013, which is a decade ago, at WrestleMania 29. And there were plans for him to work the next WrestleMania, WrestleMania 30, against Brock Lesnar, ironically enough. They were going to shoot the angle the next night on Raw, but Rock was injured against John Cena, so he had to have surgery. He's never wrestled since. Yes, technically against Eric Rowan, but I don't think he's got that interest, realistically. So I just don't know if it's going to happen. I think Roman won it. I think WWE won it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Cody versus Roman makes sense if Cody's going to win next year. Look at the eyes into that. Look into the eyes of that man. That man is a frightening figure in Brock Lesnar. But I must be said, as I mentioned, I like babyface Brock. I liked Cowboy Brock. I liked wearing the sweater Brock. That was my favorite. We're 9 likes away from 50, so if you haven't already, be sure to click the like button. And also be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Got nearly 70 people watching, which is fantastic for SummerSlam. See if we can get to 12,100. If you click subscribe, you'll see your actual subscription count. It will tick over and over and over and over and over. As here comes the American Nightmare himself. Cody Rhodes gets a big pop in Ford Field. In terms of the prediction, the poll is in the chat. It's been in for about 5 minutes. Cody Rhodes is the favorite, according to the WN365 community, as Cody Rhodes has 62% of the vote. Brock Lesnar with 37. Cody going up to 63 now. Cody got the big gear on, flamboyant as always. Cody Rhodes being in the headlines a lot this week. His documentary on Peacock. Not on the WWE Network here in the UK, which sucks. Look at that. 50,000 fans scream whoa at the beginning, at the top of their lungs. It must be said, his documentary is... If you're looking for him to talk about AEW, of course they do, and there was newsworthy elements coming out of it, saying that he left AEW for a personal issue, which, to be honest, people treated like that was new news. It wasn't really new news. He's mentioned that before. He's never going to say what the personal issue is. He's very vague about things when it comes to it, and I don't know how honest he is about it, it must be said, because he says it's not because of creative, it wasn't because of money, and it wasn't because of talent, it was because of a personal issue. And that would imply the personal issue is between him and Tony Khan. Now, I think that personal issue, ironically enough, is about creative, is about cash, and is about talent, is about everything. That's the personal issue. And from what I've heard, and this is kind of, and I don't want to be that guy that's like inside sources or anything like that, but from what I have heard, I had heard a story around that period of time from people within the industry that Cody Rhodes wasn't particularly happy when it came to his standing in the company and his pay and creative in comparison to some of the newer names that had come in. You have to remember, Cody Rhodes signed up with AEW when it was first founded. Then AEW got a lot of money when it came to TV deal, when the TV deal got upgraded in early 2020 by Warner Bros. Discovery. And other people came in for larger contracts. CM Punk, Bryan Danielson, Adam Cole, etc. And I think Cody had the perception at the time, I should be making more than them, and I should be more highly featured. And I think at the time, Tony Khan had said no. Hence why he didn't pick up the option. People say, oh, he didn't pick up, because he had an option on the contract. He didn't pick it up out of respect for Cody, because Cody said, I want more. And Khan said, I don't want to give you more. And then that led to Rhodes leaving. And now, look, there's a strong argument to say that Tony Khan got it wrong. Look how popular Cody Rhodes is at this point. But that was just the way at the time. So my long-winded point with that is that Cody's not telling the entire truth when it comes to his AEW departure. And I think also there's a general feeling that he's just better suited to WWE. It's very clear, isn't it, that he's better suited to this company. Oh, the bell hasn't rung, and Cody Rhodes attacked him. Well, now it started. What a heel, damn it. Oh, my God. Cody Rhodes just got absolutely dropped on his head by Brock Lesnar. I think he's okay, but that was terrifying. And Cody Rhodes goes for the disaster kick. Hits it again. We'll talk about what just happened once there's a break in this. Disaster kick, going to go for a third one, and this time Brock Lesnar just a thrust to the gut. Holy shit. That was terrifying. Brock Lesnar just dumped him high and tight on his head. So what happened there is the bell rings, and Cody attacks him before the bell rings, and then Brock manages to sort of turn, and he goes for a German. Rhodes hadn't set himself, and Brock just dumped him on his head, his shoulder. That was horrifying. Cody Rhodes lucky he doesn't have a broken neck right now. Cody Rhodes, tope suicida. But, wow, I legitimately thought he had broke his neck. That was terrifying. I mean, you even heard they sort of cut the audio for a second there, almost suggesting that someone would have sworn. But whoa. Lesnar drives Cody into the ring post. So scary. Brock don't care if you're one of the top guys in the company. He will drop you on your head. and it's up to you, mate. Woo. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe. Aim is 12,100. Oh, man. I don't know if we're going to see a replay. Chad Patton, the referee, very quickly had to check with Cody if he was okay and gave the signal back to Gorilla that he was all right. Cody luckily looks fine. Cody went for a double leg takedown. Oh, my God. Brock just picked him up and threw him. As if Cody had the nerve to try and double leg him. He's a two-time NCAA champion. Look at that. Picks him up and throws him. Like he's a bale of hay on Brock Lesnar's farm in Saskatchewan. And to think, in 2020, Brock Lesnar retired belly-to-belly suplex. That's much better, much more comfortable for Cody. And just for a bit of information, Brock Lesnar is Mr. SummerSlam, okay? Think of the matches and victories he has had in his career at this event. Beats The Rock for the WWE Championship. Faces off against Kurt Angle. What else has he done at SummerSlam as well? When he came back, beat Triple H. Beat CM Punk. Beat John Cena. He's beaten 3 other people at SummerSlam in 2015. He's beaten Randy Orton. He's faced off against Roman Reigns. He has just done it all when it comes to SummerSlam. He is Mr. SummerSlam. Incredible. Beautiful suplex by Brock. Harry says, by the way, Brock Lesnar's shorts are ripped. I don't think they have. I think his... oh, they have a little bit. Yeah, on the leg. They've ripped in the pockets inside out as well. But Brock is absolutely in control at the moment. Oh, look at that. Just picks the leg. Brock's toying with him at this point. Oh, he's going to do another German, which makes me worried. This time, Cody protected himself this time. He knew. Brock picked him up, and Cody was looking over his shoulder, basically going, this guy's going to dump me again. Oh, it's nasty. Really, really nasty. Cody's mother in the crowd. Almost unable to watch. I tell you what, I would love it if they just did a replication of another German suplex. If they did another version of Brock versus Cena at SummerSlam in 2014. If he just destroyed Cody. And look at Cody just rolled out to the outside. Almost unconscious. As the referee tries to count him out. Cody gets back in the ring. Oh, just a knee. And Brock totally in control. He's going to go for another German suplex again. Oh. Oof. Brock Lesnar is just an animal. Absolute animal. And Brock Lesnar's German suplexes are so unique because I think most other people do them with protection of their opponent in mind. Brock could give a shit. When Brock throws you there, it's basically like, mate, hopefully you're good enough that you can take this bump. Because I don't care. I don't care how I put you down. It's not like Kurt Angle doing a German or anything like that. And once again, Cody on the outside of the ring. And now he's taking his time. Brock's shaking his head. He's shaking his head and he's wagging his finger. Saying, I wouldn't if I were you. Oh! And Cody driven off the apron. And Brock telling him to stay down. Brock's telling him to stay down and save yourself. Is that compassion from the Beast? It just might be. A bit of compassion by Brock. Keeps telling him to save himself. Count of 6. 7. And he rolls back in. He's still favoring his ribs. Brock's telling Cody this is only going to get worse. If it wasn't bad already. Another suplex. 50,000 fans. Brock says you're not very smart. Brock Lesnar, by the way, right now is dripping with sweat. I mean, the perspiration is flying off Brock Lesnar. My word. He's sweating a lot. I told you he's a big guy. Wow, he's wiping the sweat out of his eyes. Brock Lesnar is a giant sweaty man right now. Counts once again. Count of 6 this time. I mean, part of me feels that they might be building up to a count-out loss here. Given how many times they've teased the count-out, a couple of times they've thrown Cody out to the outside and once again, clothesline over the top rope to the outside of the ring. And Brock tells Cody to stay down. And eventually, is Cody just not going to get back up? Because that's what they're trying to do. And Brock himself is now standing on the apron on the outside of the opposite side of the ring. Count of 5. 6. 7. 8. And Rhodes gets back in. Brock back in. Now Brock's going to go to the outside himself. I think he's not going to toy around anymore. Oh my goodness me. Cody Rhodes. F5 on the outside. Oh wow. F5 on the floor by Brock Lesnar. And now Brock's saying to Michael Cole, tell him to stay down. And is this going to be, like I said, they're teasing a possible count out. And I think this might be a way to sort of protect everyone involved. But Rhodes is a babyface. Eventually he has to get a win back over Brock. So do they continue the saga this way? 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And Rhodes gets back in the ring again. I mean, they're just doing count-out situation every single time. Brock Lesnar just looks pissed off at this point. Cody Rhodes is trying to get back to his feet. Ford Field is rumbling, it must be said. The WWE fans are beginning to stir, as Michael Cole says. Cody Rhodes is trying to fight back. And Brock saying, no, thank you. Oh, another German suplex. He hit his head on the ropes this time. Oh, my God, those German suplexes. Brock Lesnar is pissed off. Oh, he's going to do it again. Another F5. This time through the announce table. Delayed. Oh, it delayed as well. He didn't go all the way through immediately. An F5 through the announce table. I think he just absolutely pissed off Brock. Because he gets up, a couple of right hands, Brock dumps him on his head. This time he hits his head on the ropes. Then Brock, outside of the ring, picks him up, F5 through the table. And he's still just absolutely dominating Brock Lesnar. Cody Rhodes being dominated by Brock Lesnar, excuse me. Referee counting once again. I mean, he got F5'd on the outside, he got up at 9. Is he going to get up F5 again through a table? No way he's going to get in. He's back on his feet already. And he gets back in again. So when it comes to it, Cody Rhodes should have got back in at 8 with the F5 on the outside. This time it should have been 9. Nevertheless, he's back in the ring. So at this point, Cody Rhodes has been dumped on his head. He's been F5'd on the outside. He's been F5'd through the table on the outside. And he's still getting back in the ring. Brock says he's a dumb son of a bitch. Why wouldn't you just pin him? Try and pin him, Brock. Brock's shaking his head. Oof. And now just clubbing blows. Cody going for chops off the chest. It literally just splattered sweat everywhere. And here we go. Brock Lesnar's going to go for a belly-to-belly suplex. The strength of this man. And Cody Rhodes is doing the sort of glassy-eyed look right now. Cody might be out on his feet, as Corey Graves says. Once again, for going for a German. Cody's trying to hold on. I'm thinking a low blow. Uh-oh, he pulled German suplex. The protective padding of the turnbuckles come off again. Of course, that split Brock open in Puerto Rico. Oh, Cody, he's picked up the steel steps. Oh, and it just kicks it out of the hand. I was going to say, surely that would be a disqualification. You'd be disqualified if Rhodes hit him with the steel steps. Oh, is he going to F5 him again, maybe? No. Oof. Lesnar sent into the ring post. A second time. Right, he's going to use the steps. Surely this is... And he hits him. That's got to be a DQ. How is that not a DQ? He's used the steps as a weapon. If I'm on SmackDown versus Raw, I'm getting DQ'd for that. Disaster kick again. Cody Cutter. But since when is that not disqualification? Things like that bother me. Where's the logic involved in that one? Oh, super Cody Cutter from the top rope. Goes for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, and Brock kicks out. So he hits Brock into the ring post twice. Hits him with the steel steps, which again, to me is a clear disqualification. Hits the Cody Cutter and hits a super Cody Cutter, this time from the top rope, but gets a 2 count. But I'm looking at it going, how is that not a DQ? Remember, the turnbuckle cover is still exposed. Cody Rhodes is back to his feet, though. He's going to go for crossroads, and Brock Lesnar turns it, counters into the Kimura lock. He's grapevined the body as well. The legs are wrapped around the arm, wrapped around the body, the torso of Cody Rhodes. So he's in trouble. Some would say he's in big trouble. The WWE Universe is like to Cody.
You can do it!
I don't know if he's going to do it. Cody has lost to Brock using this move in Saudi Arabia at Night of Champions. He's trying to grab himself and drag himself to the bottom rope. He's not far away. Brock's just absolutely torquing the arm of Rhodes. He's like a giant boa constrictor. Look at Michael Cole sitting in his chair. Well, he touched the ropes. I was going to say that should be a rope break anyway. The moment you touch the ropes, you don't even have to grab it. If you touch the rope, that's a rope break. So the submission is broken. He may have got to the ropes, but Brock Lesnar is still in control, seemingly. Remember, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Bottom right-hand corner, currently at 12,086 subscribers. If you haven't already and you click subscribe, you'll see your number as we get higher. Let's see if we can get 12,100. If you haven't already, too, click the like button. 6 likes away from 50. That's both men trying to get back to their feet. Brock Lesnar, seemingly back to his one of the longer Brock matches in recent history. Once again, he's got Cody up on his shoulders, going for an F5. Oh! Sends him into the corner. Exposed turnbuckle off the chest this time. And Cody's got the Kimura lock on Brock. No, there's no way he'll tap. There's no way Brock will put him over like that. A Kimura lock on Brock Lesnar. Are you taking the... No way. He's got the Kimura locked in. Brock wouldn't tap. Surely not. Cody still got it locked in. The Kimura's in. Brock's too powerful. He'll just stand up. There's no way he'll tap. Brock Lesnar doesn't tap out. He taps out to the likes of Kurt Angle. That's about it. But Brock's selling, goddammit. He's absolutely selling. He's thinking about it. Surely he wouldn't. There's no way. The sweat's still dripping from the brow of the beast. And Brock just slams Cody into the mat to break the submission hold. I was going to say there was no way. Surely not. Again, Brock Lesnar doesn't tap out. He's pretty protected when it comes to that. I think, again, a very few people have ever submitted Brock Lesnar. It might just be Kurt Angle that I can think of. Both men, though, getting back to their feet. Brock's going the distance. Oh, he's got him up on the shoulder again. Cody floats over. He's going for Crossroads. Crossroads hits Crossroads. I tell you what, Brock's shorts are well ripped at this point. And again, another Crossroads. Is he going to go for free? Third Crossroads. Is this going to be it? Cover. 1, 2, 3. Cody Rhodes beats Brock Lesnar. After 3 Crossroads, he gets the victory. And Cody Rhodes finishes his story when it comes to Brock Lesnar. Pins him clean. Absolutely clean in the middle of the ring. No shenanigans. Yes, he may have used the steel steps and all that kind of stuff, but Cody wins. Now, if that doesn't show how much Brock Lesnar views Cody Rhodes, I don't know what does. But Cody Rhodes wins. He's beat Brock Lesnar twice. And this time, it's not by any kind of not controversial means. Let us know your match ratings, of course, out of 5. How would you rate this one? Brock Lesnar clearly on camera just drops an F-bomb. Cody standing in the middle of the ring. Brock might get back to his feet. Jey says he rates it 2.5. Looks like we might get a sign of respect, maybe. Brock's got his staring down Rhodes. He's taking off the gloves. Cody's looking at him saying it's over. Can we not get the tag team that we thought we were going to get at one point? Cody telling the ref to stay away. Brock and Cody face to face, nose to nose, forehead to forehead. And a handshake. A handshake and a hug between Brock Lesnar and Cody Rhodes. Wow, look at that. Brock Lesnar, the Beast, gives Cody Rhodes a sign of respect. So I guess Brock's babyface again, which is what I wanted. Babyface Brock. Cody Rhodes with a smile on his face. Good. Good. Well, I'm glad that Brock's babyface Brock. I mean, talk about putting Cody Rhodes over as hard as possible. I mean, this is the thing with Brock Lesnar. You cannot argue at all. You cannot argue that Brock Lesnar doesn't care about the business. People call him a mercenary. People say he doesn't care, or he doesn't care about putting people over. It's all about Brock. As we have always said, if Brock Lesnar wants to, he will sell. If Brock Lesnar likes you, he will sell. If Brock Lesnar wants to put you over, he will. Brock Lesnar will always do business. He doesn't care about winning or losing. He cares about getting paid, and he cares about what he thinks is the right thing. And he's absolutely put Cody Rhodes over there as hard as humanly possible. I spoke earlier on about how protected Cody Rhodes has been throughout this feud. The only time that Cody Rhodes lost to Brock Lesnar was because his arm was broken and he didn't even get pinned or submitted. He passed out. Right? That's how protected Cody's been. Brock Lesnar hit him with however many F5s. Brock Lesnar put him through a table. Brock Lesnar dumped him on his head, all this kind of stuff, and he still put Cody Rhodes over clean in the middle of the ring. 3 crossroads. Yes, it took a lot to slay the beast and all that kind of stuff, but he put Cody Rhodes over. And then on top of that, after the match, he shakes his hand, he raises his arm in victory to all corners of the stadium because Brock Lesnar realizes the importance of making a star and putting someone over. That's what kind of guy that Brock Lesnar is. He put him over, and Brock Lesnar doesn't do that for just anyone. So that's a big, 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 big deal for that to happen. As I mentioned, I'm glad because that means babyface Brock is back, which is my favorite version of Brock Lesnar. I mean, some could argue it's maybe an indication of maybe what's next for Lesnar. Lesnar came back. When did he come back? He came back at this very event in 2021. He might have signed only a 2-year deal at that time. His deal might be up around now. I wouldn't even be shocked if we saw reports saying that Brock Lesnar's contract was expiring and he was going to take some time off or something like that. So don't rule that out either. That's also interesting to point out. So expected result. Maybe didn't expect the ending. That's very, very significant for Brock Lesnar to do. But as I said, he came back at SummerSlam a couple of years ago. So I wouldn't be shocked. I don't know this, but I wouldn't be shocked if we come to find out that Brock's contract is up or something like that. But Brock paying it forward and putting Cody over as strong as humanly possible. And again, that's a big, big deal. But Cody gets the victory. How many likes are we coming on? We're 3 likes away from 50. If you haven't already, click that like button. Remember, you can subscribe. Bottom right-hand corner, you can see your number. So if someone subscribed now, it would go to 12,090. The aim is to get to 12,100. So you know what to do. We do daily videos about WWE, AEW news. We do gaming streams as well. Recently, I've got a ton of my old games here. I've got the old TNA Impact game. We've been playing a lot of SmackDown vs. Raw recently. I just actually bought a ton of new games that are away from my reach, but I bought a load of the old SmackDown vs. Raw games. I've got the entire series now. I've got the first SmackDown vs. Raw all the way until the last one. So we've got them all. And we've been playing PS1 games too. We've got SmackDown 2. We've been playing this. This is actually the first SmackDown game that you can see right there. We've got that. Which one can I reach here? We've got SmackDown Shut Your Mouth, which we played the other day. We've got Here Comes the Pain, which we played too the other day. There is Brock. And as I mentioned, we've got all the other ones which are just over there, which I can't exactly reach at the moment. But we're going to be really upping the gaming here on the channel. And also, I'm going to go as far back as possible. So eventually we're going to get... we're going to be getting a Nintendo 64. We're going to be playing No Mercy. I'm going to I'm going to venture into the WCW games. There was a lot more WCW games on PS1 than I thought. More than Mayhem, more than Revenge. There's quite a few more, so we're going to be playing those too. So as I mentioned, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. You can watch all that kind of stuff as well, because that's a lot of fun. I've really been enjoying that, and the time goes by so quickly. And that SmackDown vs. Raw one that we've been doing recently, I've really enjoyed that. We did Eddie Guerrero Road to WrestleMania. We're currently doing Shawn Michaels Road to WrestleMania. I'm Intercontinental Champion. I've got a shot at the World Heavyweight Championship coming up too. And as I mentioned, we've got all of those other ones. So we're going to be playing General Manager mode. We're going to be going through, obviously, all the storylines and that kind of stuff. And obviously, look, we've got Fight Forever. We've got the PS5. We've been playing Fight Forever too. So as the games continue to come out, we'll be playing them as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So as I mentioned, if you haven't already, now is the time to subscribe, certainly. What else have people got saying in the chat? Lux Hill says, Owen, have you got the big back TV to pair with the PS1 or PS2 for the nostalgia? No, it's all done through my setup in front of me. I don't have that. I don't have the big TV with the big back that when you turn it on, the static makes your hair go whoosh, like that. You go, oh. Jay Warnock says, did you buy the old consoles or have you kept them through the years? I had to buy the PS2. I had to buy it. I mean, it was quite surreal having to buy a PS2 again in 2023. I was talking to my dad about this. I've bought a PS2 again. And he was like, how many PS2s do you think you've bought in your lifetime? I was saying, it's at least like 5 or 6 that I've bought. It really is. The Miz is on his way out. So we've got the Slim Jim Battle Royal. Which means, you know what time it is. You know what time it is.
Yeah!
Come on, this has got to be his moment.
With everybody saying... Yeah.
Several stars in the ring. Harry says, not seen too much on you gaming-wise, but definitely going to catch up. Are you doing a playthrough or like playing for a couple of hours? And here he is! Listen to the pop!
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Listen to the reaction. He's got to win. If he doesn't, hey, Knight.
With everybody saying, yeah.
Azim says, why would you buy that many PS2? Throughout my lifetime, because they're so, because you have them for so long and then you lose them, or you move house, or you throw them away because you don't think you're ever going to need them again. It does kind of happen. Surely he's got to win. If he doesn't. And here comes AJ Styles. I got a feeling that he's not going to win, though. LA Knight, unfortunately. My prediction is that it's going to be Grayson Waller. But here comes AJ. The fact that AJ Styles, I mean, we're talking about AJ effing Styles, is in a battle royal on SummerSlam is kind of nuts. It's unbelievable. Dan Davidson says, bro, Owen doing a nice job tonight. I'm watching it on the TV. And yourself, should the battle royal tonight? Or who should win? I mean, I think everyone wants LA Knight to win. Lux Hill says, Owen, what would you say is the appeal of LA Knight from someone who doesn't really get it? It's just entertainment. The thing, Howard Finkel in this. And they're doing the Slim Jim. Step into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah. Look at this. They're explaining the rules of the Battle Royal as well. Once they start showing old clips, I just get excited. I go back in time. When he says, "Oh, what the appeal of LA Knight?" Yeah, the appeal of LA Knight isn't his in-ring work. His in-ring work isn't even that great, to be honest. The appeal of LA Knight is his personality and the fact that he's entertaining, and the catchphrase. This, people say I copied The Rock, copied Stone Cold, but they copied other people. It's how you get over. And the bell rings. We're underway. Oh, wait a minute. The bell has rung, so they should be underway. MVP's out. And here he comes, the Nigerian giant, the Manchester United fan himself, the man that KG went up to, shook his hand and said, "You're massive, mate," not knowing who he was. And there he is, 7'3" or 7'4", I believe it is, over 400 pounds. It's the Andre the Giant philosophy. The biggest man is most of the time the favourite, but at the same time is also the biggest target, quite literally. But everyone's kicked off. They're all brawling. The bell, as I mentioned, rang, so it's underway. Come on, LA Knight. Come on, LA Knight. It's got to be his moment. We're over 50 likes, by the way, and also only 10, count them, 10 subscribers away from 12,100. So if you haven't already, subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. We can do it together. That was the target for the evening. If we get to 12,100, the target in just the third match, who knows what we can do. Our master's in the ring, and there goes Apollo Crews. Called up to the main roster. Once again, it's not going well. JD McDonough's in there. He was teased to be joining the Judgment Day. He's also probably going to be the next person out. Look at him. Just absolutely pressed over the top of the head with the ease and throws him onto Apollo Crews. 2 call-ups from NXT, 2 eliminations. How's that main roster run going for the both of you? And there's Rick Boogs. But don't try and lift him up. Rick Boogs trying to lift up a muss. When he lifted someone up on his shoulders before, he tore his quad. And now he's gone too. He got injured in the opening match of WrestleMania 38. And now Butch jumping on the back of the Nigerian giant. Harry says, what is Slim Jim consist of? All I know is Macho Man had like a lifetime deal. It's like, yeah, it's like beef jerky. It's like beef. It's a bit like a pepperami. And look at everyone. 10 beats of the Baron by Sheamus, Butch, and Ridge Holland. Butch thrown back in the ring. Forearm by Amos. Oh, clothesline by Sheamus. Oh, Sheamus nearly went out. Nearly took the head off the Celtic Warrior. He might even have ginger on his bicep after that. Look at Otis. I love watching Otis work because people just don't look like Otis. Look at him. The way he... Otis is a walking old school Hasbro figure. Remember those old Hasbro figures with the big arms and the legs that were about this big? That is literally Otis. Oh, he got eliminated as well. No. It's a disgrace. He got eliminated by Imperium. Beautiful suplex T-bone by Chad Gable to Ludwig Kaiser. Giovanni Vinci trying to eliminate Gable. And there goes Vinci. Belly to belly suplex. Sends him out of the ring. Thank you. And another T-bone. This time with a high collar throw. Oh, wow. Step up into Guri by Ludwig Kaiser to Chad Gable. I love how Samantha Evans says, Ludwig Kaiser. Every time. So whenever you have to say it when you're doing commentary, you have to say it every single time. Ludwig Kaiser. The Miz is in a bit of trouble. Matt Riddle's trying to send him off the apron. Oh! Ivar sent over the top right by Tommaso Ciampa. Eric, he might be next. And he goes too. Uh-oh, Nakamura. Oh, step up enziguri by the King of Strong Style. Oh, goes over the top. Hangs on. Forearm. Oh, Willow's bow. And there goes Shinsuke Nakamura eliminated. Wow. And there's Big Bronson Reed. Crushes him in the corner. And he throws him over the top rope. Tommaso Ciampa eliminated. Bronson Reed owns a clean pinfall victory over Kazuchika Okada, by the way. Yes. And then he left because he was never under contract. New Japan wanted him that badly. Austin Theory says Ridge Holland over the top. Forearm sends Ridge Holland out of the ring. See the United States champions in there. Cameron Grimes. Oh, up on the shoulder. And Theory. Oh, a version of an A-Town down. And Cameron Grimes eliminated. And there's Santos Escobar face to face with the person. Oh, he eliminated him. Escobar eliminates Austin Theory. That was easy. And Karrion Kross, he goes to eliminate Santos Escobar. Step up into Guri. I bet Austin Theory will eliminate him. Oh no, he's just walking away. Oh, Karrion Kross eliminates him. So much for a US Championship contender. He just boots him over the top and Escobar's eliminated. Ludwig Kaiser, right hand to Chad Gable, is going to try and eliminate him maybe. Throws him over the top. Gable hangs on. Going to skin the cat. Shades of Shawn Michaels maybe. Is he going to eliminate? And he eliminates Ludwig Kaiser. Unbelievable. And a thank you. Chad Gable and the Alpha Academy are over in Detroit. Riddle and Butch going after the Nigerian giant Amos. I don't think it's going to work. I'm looking for a pair of Kimuras. And Amos picks them both up. Look at that, and just throws them both out. I think one thing's for sure is Amas's in-ring work has improved. I mean, let's be honest. When you're that big, it's difficult to be a good worker. And he's never going to be. But his confidence certainly is there. Wow, what a choke slam that is. But his work has got significantly better than when he first tag teamed with AJ Styles. He's got Grayson Waller up. And just a body slam. I remember when he body slams you, you're falling from 7 feet. It's no joke. Oh, LA Knight. Here we go. It's like Hogan facing Andre in the same city all those years ago. Goes for a clothesline. Do another one. Crowd are chanting, yeah. Oh, and a big boot by a master LA Knight. Everyone's now trying to gang up. Thrust to the throat. Big Bronson Reed with a clothesline. Carrying cross. Jumping forearm. Sheamus. Bro kick. There you go. Here we go. Phenomenal forearm. And everyone in the ring, they've got to gang up. Eliminate him. Eliminate him. Is a mask going to go over the top rope? Everyone's involved. LA Knight as well. He joins in, and it was Knight that did it, basically.
Yeah.
And a mask is eliminated. Who have we got left in the ring at this point? We've got Miz, we've got Sheamus, we've got Karrion Kross, we've got LA Knight, we've got Bronson Reed, Chad Gable. AJ Styles is in there. Ankle lock. Chad Gable locks it in. Uh-oh. Grayson Waller's gone under the bottom rope. Oh, he's going to do the jumping. Oh, rolling stunner into the skull-crushing finale. Look at that. Bit of tag team work. What a combination. Grayson Waller and The Miz, they're looking at each other, basically saying, oh, that was good. And Gable hangs on. They're saying, oh, synergy. There's LA Knight. No, don't! Don't! LA Knight goes over the top rope, hangs on. Oh. And The Miz, oh, eliminated by LA Knight.
Yeah.
Turn around, Knight. Be careful. Be careful. Oh, jumping knee by Sheamus. And Grayson Waller eliminated. Significant because he was one of the favourites. If it wasn't going to be LA Knight. Grayson Waller's gone. That's a big deal. Oof. Bronson Reed takes out both Sheamus and LA Knight. Cross sent over the top. Hangs on by AJ Styles. Pele kick. And now goes Karrion Kross. He's gone too. So at this point, we've got LA Knight. He's nearly went. Oh, no way. Oh, I thought Gable was going to German suplex Bronson Reed. He's going to do it this time. No, rolls him over. Gable over the top to the outside. No, thank you. LA Knight trying to eliminate Bronson Reed. Big reverse elbow. 4 men left. Sheamus. No, 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 no. LA Knight over the top rope. Shoulders over. LA Knight trying to eliminate Bronson Reed. And Bronson Reed is eliminated by LA Knight.
Yeah.
We're down to 3. We're down to 3. Bronson Reed's gone. AJ Styles, Sheamus, and LA Knight in the middle of the ring. Come on, believe. Believe. Irish Curse backbreaker. Power slam by Sheamus. Goes for the brogue. Moves out the way. AJ Styles clothesline. Luxil says this might sound dumb, but it's the Pele kick named after the actual Pele. Indeed it is. Because it's meant to be like a soccer kick. AJ, forearm. He's loading up again. He's going to go for phenomenal forearm maybe. Wait a minute. Karrion Kross. Karrion Kross distracts AJ. And AJ's eliminated. We're down to LA Knight and Sheamus. 2 left. Power slam. It's just 2 left in the ring.
Yeah.
Listen to the crowd. Hey.
With everybody saying. Yeah.
Big elbow. Sheamus going to get back to his feet. Oh, went for his finish. Oh, big jumping knee by Sheamus. He might be going for Celtic Cross maybe. He's going to put over the top rope. Knight Falls over. LA Knight. Oh, he nearly got him over the top. He thinks he's won. He hasn't. Sheamus hangs him up. Oh. Sheamus is now going to go to the top rope. Oh, they're going to try the move that they botched last night. He did it this time. And he does the throw from the top rope. They did it this time. They botched it last night. Remember, last night it didn't go too well. Come on, LA Knight. I tell you what, that's balls. That's balls because you're banking on not to botch it again. Crowd's chanting for LA Knight. Big clothesline. He wins. He wins. He won.
Saying, yeah.
He wins.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
A big pay-per-view victory. The yeah movement. Believe, guys. Believe. Believe. The push starts here. The push starts now for LA Knight in Detroit. A big marquee victory for LA Knight at SummerSlam. Where does he go from here? He goes for winning things. He's won the Battle Royal. You just gotta believe. Believe. The Slim Jim winner. Oh, well, everybody.
Everybody saying, yeah.
You didn't believe. You got to sometimes. Sometimes you just got to just say to yourselves, you know what?
Believe.
To all of the doubters, to all of the haters.
Shut up! Shut up!
I tell you what as well, the balls for LA Knight to go for that move. It was the jump to the top rope and the throw. Man, listen, look at that reaction. The 50,000 people in Detroit come unglued to their feet. The crowd is going nuts. And sometimes, if you're just loud enough, eventually WWE will have to listen. And it's not just the crowd reactions, it's the merchandise. That's the situation too. LA Knight is the number one, count them, number one merchandise seller in WWE at the moment. He's getting some of the biggest reactions as well. And he wins. I must be said, I wasn't sure if that was going to happen. I thought, you know what, the moment Grayson Waller got eliminated, I was like, actually, I tell you what, I feel like he's probably going to win. Oh, is this the Slim Jim advert? Snap into a Slim Jim, he did it. Yeah. Man, the Slim Jim advert's iconic. There you go, look at that. The Slim Jim advert's iconic. And it's LA Knight doing it. Snap into a Slim Jim, yeah! And coming up next, it's the MMA rules match. Again, whatever that means. Remember, if you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe. Bottom right-hand corner. Even though this is the left-hand corner, you subscribe in the bottom right-hand corner, and you can see the number in the bottom left-hand corner. That's how it works. And I wonder how many likes we can get to this evening. Anything is possible, as long as you believe. Anything is possible, as long as you
believe.
There you go. I tell you what, I could have used a lot of these sounds for that Brock Lesnar-Cody match. When he got dumped on his head after 20 seconds, I could have said...
He could have been killed.
I could have said that. That would have been very accurate. This is a really good video package, by the way. They showed this on Raw. The Ronda Rousey Shayna Baszler video package is awesome. Talking about sort of Ronda using people and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is going to be Ronda Rousey's last match for a while. Maybe ever. She's got a hard out in her contract. This is going to be most likely her final date. Whether or not she ever comes back is up for question. And to be honest, this second run for Ronda Rousey in WWE, beginning at the Royal Rumble last year, frankly has been incredibly underwhelming, hasn't it? Let's face it. She came back with, I think, thoughts that she was going to be main eventing WrestleMania. She didn't. This year at WrestleMania, she barely competed. She was injured. The matches... It's weird with Ronda Rousey because when she came in, I think everyone just thought, well, she's green and the matches will get better. And the problem is they just haven't really got all that much better. And her star power, she's the highest paid female on the roster. And initially coming in, you'd say, again, that makes sense. She was a huge... People forget with Ronda Rousey. When she was in UFC, she was the biggest female box office attraction in sports. She was that big. She was selling, I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of pay-per-views for the UFC. She was a big, big, big deal. She was in films and all that kind of stuff. So for WWE to get her was a big deal. And she did have this sort of mainstream crossover power and all that kind of stuff. And then after the way it ended, and she was away for so long, and the pandemic happened too, etc., she came back and she just didn't feel as special. And now it's to the point where the star power just doesn't really feel that. You have to kind of remind yourself eventually as to what she is. Talking about the commentary shake-up, of course, Michael Cole and Wade Barrett, the commentary team on Raw, which is going to be good. I mean, no disrespect to Kevin Patrick, but it's not working. Because as I mentioned, it's Michael Cole back to doing 5 hours of commentary a week. And I suppose it's also a sign that Pat McAfee ain't coming back. And here comes Rowdy Ronda Rousey, booed out of the building, as one would expect. Coming to the ring in her gi, her judo gi. I believe that's what it's called. Is that what it's called? A gi? But Ronda Rousey making her way to the ring. So again, it looks like it is just going to be... She's wearing the MMA gloves. And again, this presentation should have always have been a presentation. I remember Vince... I guess this was the problem with Vince McMahon too. Vince McMahon, when Ronda Rousey first came in, he said... He always says this to everyone. You just got to smile. If you're a babyface, you've got to smile. And it's like, no, you don't. Ronda Rousey, what made her popular in the UFC was the fact that, a bit like, almost like the Goldberg or Brock Lesnar situation, she would get in the octagon and she would win in like 20 seconds. She would stomp to the cage. She would have this look like this constantly. And that was it. People didn't want to see Ronda Rousey smiling. People didn't want to see Ronda Rousey waving at fans and stuff like that. They wanted to see her be Ronda Rousey. This presentation. That's what they wanted to see. And they didn't want to see her work matches. And here comes Shayna Baszler. I wish Shayna had her old theme. Who wins the MMA fight? Or MMA rules. WWE saying that the 2K23 is the highest rated wrestling game available. It's better than Fight Forever. It probably is. Fat Thor says, Owen, I'm stepping off to send my boys for tuition. Thank you for being the Dean of the Asylum for doing the stream. Keep up the great work. Love since day one. Appreciate you, Fat Thor. Have a good evening, my friend. Referee saying it's under MMA rules, not a sanctioned match. No pinfalls, no rope breaks, no countouts. Only way to win is by knockout or submission. Says listen to commands. Protect yourselves at all times. And have a clean fight. Touch gloves if you choose. And then go to the corner. Ronda Rousey goes to touch gloves. Shayna Baszler says no. It'd be good if they actually said that to the crowd. But knockout and submission. So I guess is this just going to be like a work shoot kind of situation? Which again, if that's the case, this is not going to be particularly entertaining because work shoot fights are not that entertaining. They've tried to do this for a long time in Japan. I really like the gear that Ronda Rousey's wearing. Very UFC references. Judo throw by Rousey. And again, I'm not sure what reaction they were hoping to get, because I don't think it's going to get one. Because again, the crowd's there to see pro wrestling. They're not there to see MMA. David Buck says, blood sport that GCW does is good. It is, but even that's not done like how they're trying to do this at the moment. It's hybrid, isn't it? It's hybrid. They sort of have pro wrestling in a UFC style environment, no ring ropes, no corners, all that kind of stuff. This, they're just actively trying to do a worked MMA fight. And realistically, they should say, look, it's MMA rules, but just beat the shit out of each other. You know, still work a wrestling match. So I just, now looking at this after just about sort of 60 seconds, I'm not sure how well this is going to go. The crowd is very flat. Kick to the quadricep by Baszler. Oh, she just kicked her in the head. Shades of Holly Holm. Oh. Look at that. Again, shades of Holly Holm and Ronda Rousey's first UFC defeat. Big kick right to the head. Look at this. Boy, and it was legit as well. Ouch. That hurts. that hurts. And now going for that knee bar or a heel hook. And Ronda trying to fight out. Oh dear. 50,000 fans at Ford Field in Detroit, and there are chants of boring. Chants of boring over and over again. And again, I don't think. Oh, step up knee! Wow, step up knee by Ronda Rousey to Shayna Baszler. Like I said, historically, these match types have just never really worked. Oh, wow, that was, again, stiff right to the face. That hurt. The referee's checking on Shayna Baszler. The irony of saying that this is MMA rules and all this kind of stuff, and then she gets kneed in the face and the ref's coming to check on her. Ref's checking on Shayna. Crowd is booing. Incredibly flat for this one. Baszler went for a double leg. And now Rousey's just got a sort of head scissors on her. Now it's teeing off on her back. She's saying she's done. Ref's checking on Ronda. On Shayna. Now he's going to go for a Kimura. Third of the evening, by the way. Brock did one. We saw a pair of Kimura locks on a muss in the Battle Royal. Shayna's now back on her feet. Basically look like she's struggling. And both fly to the outside. And the thing is as well, is obviously there's so much talk about the women's division in WWE right now. And of course Trish Stratus and Becky Lynch was pulled from this event because from WWE's point of view, there wasn't enough time to do the match properly. And people will be watching this match saying, why did you have to do this match and not Becky versus Trish, which would have been a better match? Oh, they need a trainer. What's going on here? I thought this ref saying the only way to win is by submission or knockout, and now they're getting a trainer on Shayna Baszler. So if someone's hurt, again, I don't know if this is part of the match. Crowd's booing even more. And now Ronda Rousey is attacking the trainers. Well, obviously Shayna's fine then, because she wouldn't actually attack the trainers like that. And the trainers wouldn't take bumps. I don't think, like an AW, you'd have Doc Samson taking flatbacks. Now Ronda Rousey's just thrown a gum shield at her. And now they're teeing off against each other. Shayna. German suplex. A pro wrestling move broke out. Now Shayna Baszler going for a rear naked clutch. Or she's going to go Kirifuda clutch maybe. Rousey's going for the rope. It doesn't matter. There's no rope breaks. Oh, now she transitions into an armbar. Armbar's not locked in though. Shayna Baszler has her hands clasped, preventing the lock-in. And now it's broken. That's it. Is she going to tap? If this was in UFC, you would. Or Baszler now trying to roll through. Oh, she transitions into an ankle lock. Good transition. Again, she's trying to go for the ropes. It won't change anything. Know the rules, Ronda. She transitions. Oh, beautiful. Into a rear naked. Beautiful. Rear naked choke. Again, that should be it. Crowd are chanting something. I can't hear what it is. But again, it probably isn't good. Steps up again. Now what she's going for. Now Shayna's going to go for Kirifuda clutch. And this time it's locked in. This might be the finish, maybe. Oh, breaks it using Shayna's own grip. Ronda's breaking it using Shayna's arm. Shayna's biting her glove. And that's it. She's out. She's out. Shayna Baszler wins. Technical submission. And Shayna Baszler wins. Wow, get your ratings in for that one. If I rating out of 5, I'd maybe give it a 1, to be honest. Just for a bit of work rate. But again, these matches historically have just never worked. They have never worked in pro wrestling, because the problem is everyone going to a pro wrestling show, they know it's not real. So if you try and work an MMA style match, it's difficult because, again, people can't buy into the fact that what's happening there is real. People come for the athleticism that is a pro wrestling match. They come for moves. Because an MMA style, it can be quite boring, realistically. Strikes, standoff, submissions. And the crowd just never really into it. I understand why you would do it based on their background, but to basically have a worked MMA fight is just never going to work. And I appreciate some of the transitions and some of the, moves into different submissions. That kind of worked, but again, it wasn't great. People in Cologne, Germany, how much do they celebrate? That can't have been for that match. The Germans just really, really liked that match. They were well into it. But I'd give it 1. And that might be Ronda Rousey's last WWE appearances, honestly. If they wanted to play into that style, they could have just done Lion's Den. Like I said, Lion's Den match. The one that Ken Shamrock brought to WWE. They should have just done that. Not just have the ring and go, we're going to do an MMA fight in there. It just didn't work. What are you saying in terms of ratings? Danton says -3. Palmeiras says -1. Sid Smith says 1. Chad gives it a 2. Red Devil says, I will be generous, 1 out of 5. JG says, give me Melina versus Alicia Fox every day. Look, if you ask Cameron, it's her favourite match of all time. She still gets asked about that to this day. What's so funny about that is that Tough Enough, I can't even remember the ratings it did. It probably did okay on USA Network. It was Tough Enough 2011. It come back. Steve Austin was the host, and it's an infamous clip at this point, isn't it? He's going through, what's your favourite match of all time? Cameron, who eventually became one of the Funkadactyls. Melina versus Alicia Fox. It was hilarious. WWE is saying 59,194 inside the stadium. Definitely an inflated figure, by the way. Definitely. I think the latest ticket counters suggested it was just over 50, maybe 51 at a push. It's not 59,000. This is the thing with WWE and their attendances. I mean, they said at WrestleMania 32 there was 101,000 fans in attendance, which there wasn't. Like, there just wasn't over 101,000 for that WrestleMania. By all accounts, it was around 80, just over 80. And even Vince McMahon said it himself when he was asked about the WrestleMania 32 attendance on a media call. And also, the police information is there too when it comes to the Arlington Police Department, because again, they have to know the numbers when it comes to that kind of stuff. Vince McMahon was asked on an earnings call, and he said, why? Or how many actually was it is, and how did you get to that number? How did you get to 101,000? And he said, essentially, wow, we counted every single person in the building that night. And they went, what did you mean by that? He went, well, it includes obviously paid fans, giveaways, comps, etc. But also it includes ticketing staff, it includes wrestlers, it includes backstage staff, it includes police, it includes parking attendants, it includes literally any single person with a pulse that was in AT&T Stadium that evening, paid or not. It's anything. I don't think count actual people. Anything with a pulse that was inside that stadium that night got counted and went towards the 101,000. That's basically what happened. There might have been animals and they went, it counts as someone in the building. So I'm sure today, when they say it's 59,000, there might be 51 actual tickets distributed, and the rest might come from, again, people. Other people that are in there when it comes to employees, wrestlers, again, actual people that work for the stadium, people that might have stepped in and stepped out. It's like when AEW says that 2.5 million people watch Dynamite, and you say, how did you get to that number? And they said, well, basically, we count any single person that watches the network from 6 to 11 as someone that was probably going to watch Dynamite, even if they tuned in for like a minute. So the numbers are a little bit sketchy. We're just seeing a promo package for the Intercontinental Championship match. Let's start the poll. Who leaves Intercontinental Champion? Is it Gunther or Drew McIntyre? Chad says, well, technically that's the attendance. And that's how they say, that's how they get around it. They go, technically it is. But when we talk about attendance, what we're really talking about is the amount of people sitting in the seats, aren't we? And again, not necessarily paid. Giveaways and that count too. But that's what really people talk about. But you're right, they go, well, in the building. And there is Drew McIntyre. My prediction for this one is Gunther. I've been right on all my predictions so far this evening too. And to be fair, a lot of the outcomes have been fairly predictable. You knew that Logan Paul was going to win. You knew that Cody was going to win. LA Knight was... But LA Knight wins. We knew that Shayna Baszler was going to beat Ronda Rousey. And this one, again, I think is fairly predictable. I'd be very surprised to see McIntyre win, honestly. But it's going to be fantastic, no doubt about it. Remember, if you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Sign that says Claymore Gunther's head off. And he's dressed like Macho Man. The Macho Man, Randy Savage. Or as Lord Alfred Hayes used to say in the most English of English accent, the Macho Man, Randy Savage. The Macho Man. I think that's my first ever wrestling VHS I ever owned. Was called I think it was Classic Matches of Wrestling. And it was hosted by Lord Alfred Hayes. And he was walking through the hallways of Titan Towers and going to these big iconic pictures, and he'd show us the match. So one of them was WrestleMania 4, where Randy Savage wins the WWE Championship against Ted DiBiase, and he's picking up Miss Elizabeth on his shoulder. I think another one was Hogan versus Savage. That was on that VHS, I think maybe. But this one should be a banger, no doubt about it. McIntyre versus Gunther. Prepare for two guys who are going to beat the ever-loving hell out of each other. This one is going to be no joke. And get ready for the ring general himself. And the intro by Ludwig Kaiser. Gentlemen, he demand all your gratitude. I nearly got that wrong. I tell you what, his intro is very, very good, Ludwig Kaiser, isn't it? It's the facials. The ring general. Oh, it's good, isn't it? And the music. I wasn't sure how they could actually improve upon his original in-ring music, but they managed to do it. He's just got such big final boss energy, doesn't he? And they're wearing the burgundy gear this evening. They've got sort of the red gear, they've got the black gear, they've got the blue gear, and now they've got the burgundy gear. Look at the production. He's just definitely got that kind of, again, big boss, final gladiator energy. It's excellent. Gunther is excellent. And he's going to take the jacket off him. The jacket transition is always smooth too. It's always so smooth. Ludwig Kaiser always takes it off him with ease. I mean, the fact that they've been teasing that they could possibly be splitting up horrifies me. If they get rid of Giovanni Vinci, I'll be furious. Absolutely furious. But he's almost repping the colours of Austria on his gear this evening. Of course, the first Austrian Intercontinental Champion in WWE history. This is actually the first one-on-one meeting between them ever in any promotion. They just said on commentary they'd never met before ever in a one-on-one contest, which is kind of incredible when you think about it. This one's going to be special. As I mentioned, this could be the one that steals the show. We've already had some pretty good matches so far tonight. I think so far the best match has probably been Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. But this could be the one that really takes the cake. And look at McIntyre's face. Bell rings were underway. What's the poll in the chat saying? The poll in the chat is saying we've had nearly 40 votes. And Gunther's just edging it. It's closer than I thought it would be. I thought it would possibly be a little bit more in terms of Gunther being the favourite. So far, not the case. We're only 5 subscribers away, by the way, from 12,100, which is the target for this evening. So remember, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. It's a live ticker, so you can see the numbers in real time. Look at Gunther talking smack to McIntyre. Says, good, huh? McIntyre says, let's effing go. Collar and elbow tie-up. And we are underway. As I mentioned, Gunther's gear kind of Austrian themed, Austrian colour, but also reminds me a lot of William Regal. William Regal used to wear that same colour, wear similar kind of boots. Shoulder tackle. Oh, one by Gunther sent McIntyre into the ropes. One by McIntyre sent Gunther to the floor. McIntyre, of course, only returned to WWE TV after WrestleMania at Money in the Bank. Headlock takeover by Gunther. Taking control. I mean, the Gunther's matches, again, if you're new to watching Gunther compete, this will build, and it will build, and it will get more violent. It will get more physical. There will be chops. There will be power bombs. There will be near falls. It will be absolutely incredible. Because, again, that's what Gunther does. He is just nuts. Absolutely incredible. Oh, McIntyre counters into a back suplex. Aki says, has Logan Paul fought? Did he win? He did. He was hoping to see him lose because Jake Paul apparently is going to lose this evening. Has the Jake Paul fight happened yet? If indeed it does while we're live, let me know what the result is because I think Nate Diaz is going to win. McIntyre throws Logan Paul throws Gunther into the ring. Big European uppercut. And another one. Gunther is again physical. Oh, and a Glasgow kiss. Bang. By the former WWE champion, McIntyre. Of course, he's also a former Intercontinental champion. But McIntyre, a former two-time WWE champion. And again, that big Glasgow kiss. By the person whose contract is set to expire at the beginning of next year. Yet to sign a new contract with WWE. And Gunther now is going to go for a... Oh, wow. Back suplex. Drop McIntyre on the steel steps. That was nice. That was nice but nasty at the same time. Take a look at this. Just lifts him up with ease. That's a unique spot. Unique spot that actually is okay. But drops him on the diamond plate there. And McIntyre still selling the back. I love a good ring apron, me. I love a good customized ring apron that you can see on that side of the ring. Always looks fantastic. And Gunther stops to McIntyre. Just a kick to the back. And Gunther talking smack to the crowd. Andy Knight says, is the Lawler pile driver still banned in WWE? Pile drivers are banned in WWE. Ever since the injury to Steve Austin in 1997. Indeed, they are banned. Oh, first chop of the evening by Gunther. Drops McIntyre to his back. Wow. Look at that. Take a look at this and just listen. Boom. The first of many. Get ready for more. Because again, that's what Gunther does. Those chops are brutal. He's going to go for it. Oh, a second one. Once again, sends McIntyre down to the mat. Gunther and his chops are just pure viciousness. And look at that. Over 50,000 fans in Ford Field. When they pan out and you just see the amount of people. The sheer humanity inside that stadium in Ford Field is just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Again, WWE does stadium shows better than anyone else. Of course, AEW got their big stadium show coming up, All In, at the end of this month. We will be covering it here live. And then a week later, we'll be covering All Out. They go All In, then they go All Out. Then a week later, they're going to shake it all about. That's a hokey cokey reference. And gets Gunther gets McIntyre back up to his feet. Clothesline, short arm style, shades of Jake the Snake. To get off. Clothesline by Gunther. It looks like just pissed off McIntyre this time. Look at that. Oh, McIntyre himself goes for a clothesline. Gunther went for a clothesline. And now here we go. We're just trading them. Back and forth clotheslines. Look at this. Nasty. Back and forth, back and forth. These guys just beating the ever-loving hell out of each other. And another big clothesline. Wow. Did you hear that? Did you feel it? Whew. And now McIntyre might have a bit of momentum here. David Buck says, are you not going to the AEW show, Owen? I still might Fortunately, Man United are playing the day before, so that's good. But unfortunately, I might have commitments that day that mean I can't travel to the show. I might be able to do the show and a post-show, but I might not be able to actually go, which is very frustrating. But I want to bring you guys that experience as well if you can't go around the world. McIntyre backs up Gunther into the corner, belly to belly. Adnan says Owen has to be one of the most dedicated YouTubers around. I don't know about that. I just enjoy what I do. It's not even work. Oh, look at that chop by Gunther. And a neck breaker by McIntyre. Both men down. McIntyre. Flat out shades of Shawn Michaels. And a kip up, speaking of shades of Shawn Michaels. And look at that. Shades of HB Shizzle. Shades of me playing SmackDown vs. Raw. And Drew McIntyre measuring him. Trying to get him up. Trying to get him up. I went for the Claymore. Misses. Gunther ducked out the way. Gunther shotgun dropkick right into the corner. Gunther maybe thinking powerbomb. Oh, McIntyre floats through. Lands on his feet. Now powerbomb of his own. Wow. Future shock DDT. Hits it, spikes his head into the canvas. Cover. And Gunther kicks out. Match starting to build up a little bit of pace. A little bit of pace. Red Devil says, oh, what's the story behind HB Shizzle? Why'd you call him that? Because that's what he calls himself. He's called himself that several times. And as he got older, and the joke was on WWE TV that he would say it to, you know, basically it's like, oh, I'm so not cool that I'm calling myself HB Shizzle. Then it kind of got over. And then once he went to NXT, and the crowd actually chanted HB Shizzle. It's a tremendous moment. Oh, he was counting down for the Claymore, and Gunther rolls wisely out of the ring. Uh-oh. McIntyre, oh, tope over the top rope, and he lands on his feet. Wow. By the way, do you know how impressive that is? Drew McIntyre is 6'5". He's like 250 pounds. He did a flip over the top rope and landed on his feet. The athleticism of Drew McIntyre is absolutely nuts. One, he's going for a Claymore. Oh, and a big shotgun drop kick by Gunther. And Gunther now once again, power bomb. Stacks him up. This might be it. 1, 2. Oh, and McIntyre kicks out. And again, these are sort of typical Gunther matches. They start off slow, but they build into a frenzy. They keep going, they keep going, they keep going. Oh, wow. Look at that knee right to the head. And this is what's crazy about Gunther as well. This guy, he's got a myriad of offense. You have no idea what you're going to get. Gunther, splash. 1, 2. Oh, and McIntyre kicks out. Oh, look at Gunther just flopping out a loogie on the mat. I think one thing is for certain, actually, it must be said about this show so far, and again, that's why we saw Brock Lesnar sweating so much early on, is because again, I think it's really hot in that in that venue, because pretty much to a person, every single one that's performed so far has been given a look as if to say it's boiling. I thought Brock Lesnar was going to just evaporate into gas. He was dripping that much. And look at Gunther just slaps across the head of Drew McIntyre. And again. Oh, and he just shoves him in the face. Gunther again. Oh, blocked. Gunther says, I'm sorry. He went for the chop. McIntyre blocked it. Gunther said, please. He literally grabbed him. Please. Woo. The trade of chops now. Oh, and the thing is, McIntyre can hit a heck of a chop himself. He really, really can. Oh, listen to the sound of McIntyre's ones. Gunther can hit big ones. McIntyre might have him beat. Woo. And again, they're just teeing off. Every single time. Look at this. Chopping meat like they're in a butcher and trading them. McIntyre keeps going. Oh, Gunther tries to fight back. Gunther keeps fighting back. Goes for a big one. McIntyre is Claymore kick. That might be it. Claymore. This is going to be it. 1, 2. Oh, he kicked out. I thought that would be the moment. Woo-hoo-hoo. Wow. I thought not many people kick out of the Claymore. They trade the chops, and McIntyre out of nowhere, bang. Right, kick straight to the head. Not many people are getting kicked out. That's the move that won him a WWE Championship by defeating Brock Lesnar. And Gunther kicks out. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. I think many people would agree in the chat right now. And if you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe too. Only 3 subscribers away from 12,100. McIntyre trying to get back to his feet. McIntyre trying to do what he can to get to his feet. Can McIntyre end this near record-setting reign of Gunther? Of course, he's closing in on the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time. I think if he holds it to like end of the year, or is it November, something like that, he beats the record reign. That's currently of the Honky Tonk Man. WWE Hall of Fame of the Honky Tonk Man, I should say. What is McIntyre thinking here? Is he thinking powerbomb from the second rope? Gunther manages to hold on. Not sure what he's thinking. Oof, and Gunther again. Big chop. Oof. Gunther. Look at the perspiration. They're slapping the hell out of each other. And sweat's flying off them. Again, these high rope moves are... Ooh, wow. McIntyre just got thrown off the top rope and landed on the rope right in the groin. Top rope splash by Gunther. Oh, and a big lariat. That's just the difference. Now he's going to put him away. Power bomb. This is going to be it. Power bomb. Cover 2, 3, and Gunther gets the victory. That's what Gunther does. You were 50-50 in terms of the prediction, but Gunther gets the victory. It's the right call, but they beat the hell out of each other. McIntyre goes for a powerbomb. Gunther pushes him off the top rope. McIntyre gets held up on the top rope, hits the groin. Then basically, Gunther hits him with everything. Shotgun drop kick, chop, splash, power bomb, and he wins, and Gunther retains. How would you give that a rating out of 5? Let me know your ratings in the live chat. I would probably say match of the evening so far. I'd probably give it a 4. I think probably a 4 is fair. I don't know if it was as good as the WrestleMania Triple Threat. I thought the Triple Threat at WrestleMania was better. I thought Gunther versus Sheamus at Clash at the Castle was better. But I'd say that's match of the night because that's what Gunther does. Again, it was better than the Rhodes-Lesnar match. And again, that's what Gunther does. No doubt. But again, if I had to compare it, to the other matches as part of this story with Sheamus, McIntyre, and all that kind of stuff, it's probably not the worst of that. But I'd give it a 4. Maybe a 4 does feel quite high. I'd say maybe 3.75. Maybe. Look at Gunther's chest. But still the Intercontinental Champion. And that's how you add prestige to a championship, folks. That's how you do it. Very, very, very impressive. So what has everyone made of the show so far? What are people saying in the chat? Chad says 4, Jay says 4, Sid says 4, Red Devil says night match of the night, Adnan says 3.5, Harry says 3.5 for me, JG says just a bit better than the last match, 4.0, Jay R says 4 is high, 3.7, I think 3.75. Yeah, I kind of feel the same, that maybe 4 is just a smidge too high for that one. I'd probably say 3.75, but definitely the match of the night so far. I think it just edges out. The Brock and just edges out the Brock and Cody match. Dan Davidson says, "Bro, Owen Honky Tonk is Jerry Lawler's cousin." Indeed, he is. He's absolutely King Lawler's cousin. And coming up next is the World Heavyweight Championship. Yes, we've got Seth Rollins versus Finn Bálor. Now, I do think that my prediction for this one was that Finn Bálor was going to win. I think this is the hardest match of the evening to call. Let's put the poll in the chat. Who leaves as World Heavyweight Champion? Is it going to be Seth Rollins? Or is it going to be Finn Bálor? Poll is in the chat. So get your predictions in, get your votes in. Again, this one's, I think, again, the hardest one to call for me. There's lots of different routes this one could go. You could have Damian Priest cash in, which some people believe could be the case. Again, my prediction for this one, as I said, I think the right outcome would be that Finn Bálor wins. I feel that, I know Seth Rollins has recently won the title just a couple of months ago, but my feeling is that the story here they've been trying to tell, I mean, there's two stories, isn't there? There's the stuff with the Judgment Day and Finn and Damian Priest having the briefcase. But my kind of feeling is they should do Finn Bálor win, because it tells the story of 7 years ago, he won the championship, had to relinquish it the next day. That was because of Seth Rollins, a 7-year odyssey, a 7-year obsession. He finishes his obsession, he becomes a world champion and actually holds it for a little while on the main roster, something he hasn't done. That's a part of it. And then you continue to sow the seeds of doubt in the Judgment Day. You continue teasing of, damn, it's like, can I trust this guy because he's got the briefcase. He's got the briefcase and I've got the world championship. Finn Balor's the only one in the Judgment Day that doesn't have something at the moment. If they do the finish tonight, which is Damian Priest comes out, you think he's going to cash in, Finn Balor's distracted, and Seth Rollins wins. They did that already. They did that at Money in the Bank. So if they rehash that same finish, to me, that doesn't make a ton of sense. Now, obviously, they could do the cash-in tonight. They could do the cash-in, which is Damian Priest wins, and then what happens to the Judgment Day. They could do the cash-in and Seth Rollins wins, and Priest and Bálor go against each other. But I feel if you were smart with this, you could get way, way more out of this than just, Damian Priest wins or loses tonight. I feel like you could stretch this out and tell a much bigger story and build things up. If we've learned anything from the saga of the Bloodline in WWE, that is that if you take your time and you tease things and tease things and tease things, and just when people think you're going to deliver on what they know is going to come, a bit like with Sami Zayn when he was in the Bloodline, everyone knew eventually he was going to be kicked out or he was going to turn on them, what have you. But they teased for so long, that when it did come, people were, going crazy for it. This has only really been teased since Damian Priest won Money in the Bank. That was last month. There's still a lot of time to go in this one. Particularly considering Judgment Day is all over WWE programming at the moment. So for me, I would think the right thing to do would be for Finn Bálor to win, and maybe even have Damian Priest help him win. And then afterwards, Finn Balor's holding up the championship, and Damian Priest is looking at him as if to say, not yet, but soon. Or not yet, but one day. And you tease that over time. You tease that, you tease that, you tease that, you tease that. Evolution style with Triple H and Batista. You keep teasing it. You keep teasing it. And then eventually, whether it's at WrestleMania next year or whenever it may be, that's when you do it. That's the moment that you do it. Not now. But again, WWE might go in the different direction. But that's the direction that I would go. I would say let's take our time with this one. But we shall see. We hit the number, by the way, 12,101. Big up to all of the new subscribers this evening. If you haven't already, you can join them. See how high we can get. But that was our target so far this evening. So big up everyone that has subscribed. What else is people saying in the chat at the moment? Moonshine says, I think Finn wins and Priest cashes in on Finn. Llewellyn says, no contest. Red Devil says, but Finn beat Rollins way back and Rollins has not beat Finn cleanly. David says, is it just me or did Drew not sell the finish much? Not sure he should be getting up that quickly after such a stiff match. Dan says, Bro, and I think Priest may do a cash-in the middle of the match. Sid says, I think Damian Priest is going to cash in after Rollins wins. Llewellyn says he thinks it'll be a double count-out. So again, it's quite a bit, it's quite a bit of back and forth. Like I said, I think this is probably the hardest one to call this evening, certainly. But there is Finn Bálor, former Universal Champion, but possibly future World Heavyweight Champion. We're also 2 likes from 70, so if you haven't already, click the like button. Oh, look at that. Over the shoulder, the surgically repaired shoulder, Finn Balor has the word 7. It's not... Michael Cole says it's a tattoo. It's not a tattoo. But on that shoulder, there's a big scar from when 7 years ago at SummerSlam, Finn Balor injured his shoulder against Seth Rollins. This one's going to be interesting. Again, I'm fascinated. I mean, it should be a good match as well, no doubt about that. But again, I think the key thing is certainly the outcome. That's the really fascinating one with this match. Which direction are we going? Of course, still to come tonight, we've got this World Heavyweight Championship match, followed by the Women's Championship Triple Threat, as well as the Tribal Combat main event, Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. Although I think Roman's going to win that one. The Women's Championship one is difficult to call too. Finn Balor maybe reaching his full potential in WWE, you could argue. You know? He came into WWE with a lot of expectations. God, Burn It Down was loud. Wow. And here comes Seth. Look at this jacket. Look at his jacket. Oh, look at his just ring gear. That is something else with what Seth Rollins is wearing right there. Oh my word. Just when you think Seth Rollins can't get even more outrageous with some of the stuff he wears, look at what he's wearing. My goodness. He really is incredible, isn't he? And even Finn Balor, it's like he's trying to keep a straight face with what Seth's wearing. And listen to the crowd. I mean, this is the thing too, which people kind of forget. The importance of ring music. If you've got ring music that people can cheer and people that can... Oh, wow. I think Seth Rollins is wearing the same gear he wore 7 years ago. Seth Rollins is wearing the exact same gear he wore 7 years ago. Well, he's wearing the same vest. My goodness me. That is the same ring vest he wore at SummerSlam that fateful night 7 years ago. It's the Ben 10 gear. The Seth Rollins is the king of mind games. Whether it's wearing the Shield gear and coming out with a Shield entrance against Roman Reigns at the Royal Rumble back in 2022. And this one, wearing the vest he wore all of those years ago. Look at Finn Balor's face. Little details like that. That's what it is. Red Devils 99 says, I think Nakamura started the singing entrance song culture. No, way further back than that. People have been singing along to songs for years. Goes back to when they first started actually having entrance music back in the sort of early 80s. I mean, the Freebirds used to come out to Leonard Skinner, and people used to sing to it then. So it's always really been a thing. I saw Jericho said that he felt like he's kind of invented it with Judas, which is, again, not the case at all. It's been going on for years. And listen as they sing his song. Seth Rollins with his eyes closed, basking in the proverbial glory of grandeur from Ford Field. With a grin on his face with a championship round his waist, Seth Rollins looks confident as always. And the bell rings as ring introductions are ongoing. World Heavyweight Championship, Seth Rollins has a smile on his face. Finn Balor. Challenger introduced. Finn Balor. Is it Balor's moment this evening? I kind of hope it is. Like I said, for Finn. Seth Rollins takes the jacket off. Again, the very same. Wow, Rollins throws it in the face of Finn Bálor. And Bálor holds it in his hand. Throws it in his hand, and now he attacks Seth Rollins from behind. This is what I don't understand. So the referee now shoves him off and says, no, wait for the bow. They did do that with Cody earlier on in the evening. Now Rollins attacks Bálor, still waiting for that bow to ring. Match is not officially underway. Referee's trying to get the two separate, and now here we go. Bow rings, we are underway. Both squaring off, both brawling, and this one is underway at Ford Field. Both men brawling, teeing off to start off against each other. Got 10 million different camera cuts, it must be said. Oh, Finn Bálor is wrestling in Nikes. What's the poll saying at the moment in the chat? The question was, who leaves as the World Heavyweight Champion? 69% of you say Seth Rollins will retain tonight. Only 31% of you saying that you think Finn Bálor is going to win. So a lot of people saying they think Seth is going to leave this one victorious. Oh, splash by Rollins. Going to go for another splash in the corner. Hits him. I went for the suplex. Bálor floats over. Oh, pair of boots right to the face of Rollins. And a big kick. Kick to the wrist, actually. And now it's going to go for a splash in the middle. Again, that tattoo that he was talking about. The tattoo that Michael Cole was talking about is already kind of rubbing off. Red Devil says, oh, and add the option of Priest in the poll too. Wow, it's a good point. It is a good point. But we'll keep it to this, specifically to this match. That's what we'll keep it to so far. Oof. Shot to the guts. And a big chop by Finn Bálor there. And look at Finn Bálor still working across the arm of Seth Rollins. Kind of a version, once again, of, you guessed it, a Kimura lock. It's not as if we've seen a million of them this evening so far. I want to look at that. Finn Bálor just putting that knee right into the shoulder blade of Seth Rollins, aiming to dislocate the shoulder. Of course, the same thing that Seth Rollins did to him. Theodore says Priest will cash in tonight. A lot of people think Damian Priest is going to cash in, as Seth Rollins tries to make sure he can get his way out of this. Chad says Freebirds were crazy over here in the South. No doubt. Texas territory. World-class championship wrestling. If you haven't watched any of the Freebird stuff in there, go watch it on Peacock. As Finn Bálor continues to work over the arm of Seth Rollins. And again, it's just a knee. Right across the radius. And shoulders to the gut. And once again, still working. He's doing his utmost best, Finn Bálor, to try and get that arm out of socket. And get that shoulder specifically out of socket. He wants a shoulder for a shoulder. And a title for a title. And once again, sending the arm into the turnbuckle. Liam Jones says, Owen, the type of guy I would be happy to take out my daughter. Lovely fella. Wow. Thank you very much, Liam. Yeah. Harry says, I'm seeing a mix of Seth's Mania 38 and SummerSlam 18 gear. Indeed. Once again, this one is for the World Heavyweight Championship. Ford Field, over 50,000 people in attendance. Still matches to come. The Women's Championship Triple Threat, followed by the Tribal Combat main event between Roman Reigns and Jey Uso for that undisputed WWE Universal Championship. So far, no cash-ins, but we could see him in the next two matches. Obviously, Damian Priest is the holder of the men's Money in the Bank briefcase. And following this is the Women's Championship Triple Threat. Io Sky is in Detroit, and she's the holder of the Women's Money in the Bank briefcase as well. Irish whip on the Irishman. Ducks under. Finn Bálor goes for the tilt-a-wall head scissors. Rolls through into a Russian leg sweep. Well, easy for me to say at 3:21 in the morning. And a Fujiwara armbar by Finn Bálor. Once again, working on, you guessed it, the arm/shoulder of his opponent. I like the way he's bending his wrist. That is a nasty, nasty look. And we also know that Seth Rollins, he's pretty beat up. He did an interview on Logan Paul's podcast recently. And he was really, really honest. He said, I'm going to be honest, like I need surgery on my back. My neck hurts. I've got all these kind of problems, you know, but I'm trying to fight through. Spoke about stem cell stuff and all that. So, yeah, Rollins is truly the workhorse of WWE, which made me kind of chuckle when that report came out about, you know, Kenny Omega and how WWE was interested in Omega, but they felt that Seth Rollins was more durable than Kenny Omega, which I guess is a fair thing, saying, you know, well, Omega was out for a long time last year, but realistically, prior to that, Kenny Omega hasn't been out of action that much in his career. Yeah, he was beat up, but Seth Rollins also goes on a podcast and says, I'm beat up, you know. And, yeah, I did find that was quite amusing. Hits the ropes. Oof. Rollins with a clothesline to Bálor. Kick to the gut. And maybe say crowd's a little bit flat. Oh, he just grabs the beard. Grabs him by the beard of his opponent. And now just teeing off of headbutts is Seth Rollins. And now kicks to the jaw. That's actually being actively blocked by Finn Bálor. Of course, Finn Bálor, same person who at NXT actually had a hairline fracture in his jaw. He suffered a fractured jaw against Kyle O'Reilly when he was the NXT champion. Was out of action for a little while. Big up Sashiv in the chat. Theodore says Rikishi will stink face Roman tonight. Do you think the tribal chief will take a stink face from his uncle of all people? Feels a bit weird, doesn't it? I'm not sure that's even legal. Seth Rollins is going to go for a pedigree, perhaps. Bálor blocks it. He was going to go for the double stomp. Rollins managed to counter that. Oh, he went for a sling blade. Now maybe he's going to go for a Falcon Arrow. Beautiful Falcon Arrow. Cover. And Finn Bálor kicks out. The two know each other very well, as Michael Cole says on commentary. Beautiful Falcon Arrow, isn't it? Absolutely. I like how Finn Bálor's gear has evolved in his time in WWE. When he first came in, he had that sort of more traditional trunks and kick pad kind of look. Now, he's got sort of the tight/shorts, but he wrestles in trainers, basically. And Seth Rollins, Tope Suicida. Finn Bálor actually goes into the announce table. And Rollins, because this is what Seth Rollins done, he's going to go for the multiple. Second, and he's going to go for the third, because again, this is what Seth Rollins does. He goes for the hat trick of topes. Boom! Oh, this time Rollins kind of hit the rope a little bit as he was going through. That was a bit nasty, but he hit it anyway. Big up SJ says, I'm still sick. Oh, sorry to hear that. I hope you get better soon. Get better soon and get some rest. It's a crazy time at the moment. And Finn Bálor might have a bit of a bloody lip. Rollins going to the top rope. Bálor manages to meet him there. He does have a bloody lip, does Finn Bálor. And once again, hangs Rollins up across the top rope on what? The arm. It's always the arm. Oh, and Rollins sent into the ring post. That was a rough one. And there you go. Look, Finn Bálor's mouth full of blood. He's probably thinking to himself every time. Every time I wrestle this guy, I'm always getting injured at SummerSlam. 7 years ago. The question is, will they try and recreate the spot that caused the injury? Here we go. This is what Finn Bálor's going to do. He's going to go for the buckle bomb. The buckle bomb, of course, which caused this issue in the first place. Blocked by Rollins. Oh, and drops him on the apron. That was nasty. Rollins rolls Bálor into the ring. Oh, kick right to the chest. And Bálor's going to roll through to the outside. Now perhaps going to go for a power bomb, maybe. Is he going to try and do the buckle bomb? Is he going to do it? Oh, he did it! Shades of SummerSlam 2016. Powerbomb into the barricade. That was the one that dislocated the shoulder. He did this very same move to Seth Rollins. Sling blade. Thankfully, Rollins is okay. And now, Finn Bálor, look at this. He might actually win the whole thing. Oh, went for the shotgun drop kick. It was countered. Super kick. Bálor goes through. Eye of the Hurricane. Cover. Oh, and Seth Rollins kicks out. And now a Fujiwara armbar. Seth Rollins' arm is fully extended. Again, they're telling certainly a story when it comes to the arm in this one, aren't they? No doubt about that. Telling the story about his arm just being constantly worked over. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe too. Your subscription will be seen here. It will tick over. Currently hit our target for this evening, which is 12,100. We do daily news videos on WWE, AEW, all things in pro wrestling. I'm kind of mixing them a little bit. Usually I did sort of kept them separate, but now, because there's always so much news, it's kind of a hybrid thing, which I think people have been enjoying quite a bit. Or buckle bomb to Finn Bálor. He's going to turn it around. On the other side of the ring as well, another buckle bomb. Oh, there's a lot of buckle bombs. This makes me nervous. Seth's going to go to the top rope. Maybe going to go for frog splash, perhaps. Top rope frog splash. Absolutely eats it there, Finn Bálor. 2 and 7/8. Maybe. It was close. It was tight. But he gets the shoulder up. Look at that. That was nasty. That was rough. But a bunch of buckle bombs involved in this one. As I mentioned, yeah, we do daily WWE news videos, AEW news videos, hybrids of both. We do watch-alongs like this and post-shows, which we are going to be doing. There's going to be a post-show following this evening. As well as that, we do a lot of, we start to do a lot of gaming content here on the channel too. Playing retro games recently. We've been playing AEW Fight Forever. But we've been playing quite a lot of retro games as well. SmackDown vs. Raws, SmackDown on PS1, SmackDown 1, SmackDown 2. Just bought the entire SmackDown vs. Raw series. We're going to be going back to play WCW games. We're going to be doing it all here on the channel, so you don't want to miss a single thing. Rollins, oof. Big forearm to Bálor. Setting him up for a stomp. Oh, rolls through. Beautiful. Oh, and a stamp right to the gut. Stamp to the chest, actually, really. And a shotgun drop kick. Sends Seth Rollins into the corner. And now Rollins is in the drop zone for Finn. Finn Bálor maybe trying to go for the final dagger. Oh, look at Rollins. Just scales the top rope with ease. Superplex. He's going to turn it into a Falcon Arrow. Oh, no, he countered. Small package. 2. Oh, it was inside cradle and nearly got him. Step up Enziguri. Oh, kick by Finn Bálor. Pele kick. And a round of applause from everyone in Ford Field, appreciating the effort from both of these guys. Look at that. A pair of kicks. The Pele kicks, the Falcon Arrows, the work rates. Incredibly impressive by everyone involved. Crowd chants, "This is awesome." Indeed, it is, again, very impressive. No doubt about that. Both men getting back to their feet. Of course, a 7-year odyssey for Finn Bálor. Seth Rollins looking to retain his World Heavyweight Championship. Oof. Rollins just teeing off on Finn. Finn trying to fight back. Look at this. Both of them running on pure adrenaline, it looks like. Heavy hands, heavy forearms. Oof. Rollins going to try and do another one. Bálor ducks into the corner. Shotgun drop kick. Oh, wow. That was nasty. Rollins landed right on the shoulder. Now Bálor's going to go for it again. He's in the drop zone, perhaps. If he lands it, we're going to have a new champion. Coup de grace misses, doesn't roll through. Rollins is going to go for a pedigree. Double underhook, pedigree. Shade to the game, the cerebral assassin. Rollins, cover 2. Oh, and it wasn't a proper cover. It was a kind of just exhausted fall over, which means that he couldn't. The crowd is rumbling, which means maybe one thing. What does this mean? The crowd's rumbling. Which means what? Are we getting a cash in? Uh-oh. Damian Priest is here.
What?
Damian Priest is walking down to the ring.
What?
Damian Priest is carrying the briefcase.
What?
Oh, Bálor rolls him up, schoolboy. Oof. Seth Rollins kicks out. Balor's going to roll through. Oh, Rollins trying to... Oh, right hand. Damian Priest, right hand. As he helped him. Finn Balor, a pedigree of his own. This might be it. This might be the moment. Finn Balor, pedigree. 1, 2. Oh, and Rollins kicks out. People thought that was the moment. Damian Priest tees off on Seth Rollins' head. Look at this with a right hand. Drop the briefcase. Finn Balor, double underhook, pedigree. I thought that might have been the moment. But Seth Rollins kicks out at the very, very last milliseconds. Oh, it was really close. Damian Priest is waving at something. Who's he waving at? Uh-oh, there she is. There's Mammy. There's Dirty Dom. The rest of the Judgment Day are here. Finn Balor's. Damian Priest is saying use it. Finn Balor says no. Finn Balor says don't change the plan. Schoolboy, no. Stomp. No, stomp. He's just been stomped. 1, 2. Oh, he kicked out. I thought that would be it. Wow. I thought that was the moment. Damian Priest accidentally distracted Finn Balor. He was saying, use the briefcase. Finn Balor said, no, we're sticking to plan A. Instead, he went for a roll-up and allowed Balor, went for the roll-up. Rollins rolled through, stomp. I thought that was the moment. It wasn't. He kicked out. There's still shenanigans. Seth's going to the top rope. Whoa! He jumps to the outside. Seth Rollins just attacked Damian Priest from the top rope. And here we go. A stomp to Dirty Dom Mysterio on the outside of the ring. Finn Balor, sling blade. Shotgun drop kick. Wow, just ricocheted his head off the top turnbuckle. Balor's going to go for it. Rollins is in the drop zone. This is the moment. Coup de grace. We're going to have it. New champion. 1, 2. Oh, he kicked out again. I don't believe it.
Shut up!
Wow. I thought that was the moment. Called the sheriff there in Detroit or the police department. I don't know who it is. Called Detroit PD because these guys are stealing the absolute show here in Ford Field. Wow. Coup de grace. Everyone thought that was the moment. Distraction from Judgment Day. Cover 2. And he kicked out. Dominic Mysterio's down outside of the ring. He's been stomped into oblivion. Balor's now saying, give me the briefcase. This is absolutely incredible what we're witnessing right now. What? Damian Priest looks pissed off. Now he's going to try and distract the referee. He's going for the briefcase. Oh, a stomp into the briefcase. It backfired. 1, 2, 3, and Seth Rollins retains. Oh my goodness me. It backfired, and did Damian Priest accidentally cost Finn Balor the World Heavyweight Championship? Absolutely incredible. Let me know your match ratings. This was indeed the match of the night. We've had some good ones so far. This is the match of the night. Seth Rollins is still the World Heavyweight Champion. The storyline between the Judgment Day and the infighting will continue. We don't have a new champion. We don't have a cash-in. One thing's for certain, though. I thought we were going to have a new champion. Near falls, back and forths, use of the briefcase. Dirty Dom stomped into oblivion on the outside of the ring. Ultimately, Damian Priest Finn Balor's telling him, give me the briefcase. Priest drops it. He goes to distract the referee, hoping that Finn Balor can pick up the briefcase. As Finn crawls over to the briefcase, Seth Rollins stomps his head right into the greenery that is that steel briefcase, and that allows him to pick up the victory. Mammy's with Dom on the outside. He doesn't know what's going on. And still, Finn Balor is the only person without championship gold in the Judgment Day, or at least an accolade. And the tension between Senior Money in the Bank and Finn Balor will continue. But most importantly for Rollins, he's still the World Heavyweight Champion, as Damian Priest shakes his head in disappointment as he looks at Finn Balor. Finn Balor looks back at him in absolute disgust, saying, "What have you done?" And the tension, you could cut it with a knife. One thing you can't cut short is Seth Rollins' World Heavyweight Championship reign. Wow, that was very, very, very impressive, wasn't it? As we're just seeing the Alpha Academy playing 2K23 backstage, and also they're drinking Mike's Harder Lemonade. What are you guys saying? Out of 5, rate it. Chad says 4.5. Sashiv says a 5 out of 5, a perfect score. Jay says 4.2. Sid gives it a 4.5. Danson says a 4.9. Diva says 4.5. Adnan says 4.7. Match of the night so far, easily, I would give it a 4.5. Not a perfect 5, because I'm not sure that actually exists in pro wrestling. Very few get there. That was very, very, very good. Very, very good. As we're still seeing this advert. But I think so far, in terms of if you had to rate them, you would say match of the night is the World Heavyweight Championship. Then it goes to the Intercontinental Championship. Then it goes to Rhodes versus Lesnar, and then Ricochet, Logan Paul. But some very good matches. I mean, it's safe to say WWE, again, when it comes to their premium live events this year, they know how to get it done. They know how to deliver. Very impressive. Absolutely incredible. Near falls, closing moments. I did feel at points the crowd were getting tired throughout this show, and they've just been brought back up and woken up. Excellent match. Incroyable a la Francais. If you haven't already, click that like button. Be sure to subscribe as well, bottom right hand corner. Otis is putting the Miz into a crate. And if you haven't subscribed, you can do so, bottom right hand corner. Your number here will be ticked over as well. So you could be the 12,105th subscriber, etc. And be sure to click the like button too. We're currently on 74 likes. Let's see if we can get to 80. Only 6 away. Next match is for the WWE Women's Championship. Triple threat action. We didn't have a cash-in in the last match. Are we going to get one in this one? Io Sky, Miss Money in the Bank, is actually in Detroit at the moment. What else are people saying in the chat at the moment? Liam Jones says, mate, you're the best person. Well, definitely not. The enthusiasm with which you commentate these watch-alongs. Well, I appreciate everyone that's tuned in. I appreciate everyone that has subscribed and liked and is new to the channel. Even if you're not a pro wrestling fan, I appreciate all of your support. A reminder, you can join the WN365 roster. Links in the video description. You can click the join button. It's also the pinned comment in the live chat. You get your badges, your emojis, and your exclusive members-only content too. A lot of people are saying, what is a 5-star match? Lots of people are saying HBK versus Undertaker, WrestleMania 25. Correct. That is a 5-star match. Absolutely. Diva says, which match are left now? We've got this Women's Championship match, and then we've got the main event, which of course is Tribal Combat, which is Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso. Harry says, are we going to see the Ghost Moonsault by Charlotte Owen? Yes, we are. What was a very strange story, which I don't know if people saw this or not, and it's not really for me to say, because I don't really like to, intrude that much on people's personal lives. But there were, shall we say, rumors that Andrade and Charlotte had unfollowed each other on social media, and they'd sort of taken each other out of their bios and stuff like that. I don't know if that's still the case. Let me double check right now. Charlotte Flair following Andrade. Oh, still as of right now, no. El Idolo? Idolo? No. They're not. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that says, but Charlotte Flair is 5-0 at SummerSlam. And my prediction for this one is that Charlotte Flair wins, but she won't leave. She won't leave as the women's champion. I do think we'll get a cash in. Let's get a poll in the chat. Oh, it means I've got to close this actually and then reopen it. You can't do multiple options until you close it, which is a pain. But yes, triple threat match for the Women's Championship. And here comes Charlotte Flair. I think collectively everyone's going, don't win. Who leaves as Women's Champion? I'll put 4 options for this because there actually technically are. Is it going to be Asuka? Is it going to be Charlotte Flair? Is it going to be Bianca Belair? Or is it going to be Io Sky? Poll is in the chat. You can let me know your predictions. You can vote and say indeed who you think it's going to be. Let me just get this set back up. There you go. Indeed, that is set up. A 14-time women's champion. Clearly, the story with her is that they're going to break. She's going to break Ric Flair's record, isn't it? That's what they're going with. Harry says, Owen, can you answer this question? Is Charlotte a heel or a babyface? I don't even know. I think she's meant to be a babyface, isn't she? But I don't know. She's a better heel. But her character is just... It is almost, again, almost parody, really, at this point, isn't it, really, with her? Because the parody with her basically is my gimmick is I'm the champion. Well, what happens if you're not the champion? I don't go on television. I disappear. And the fact that she came back, was it December, wrestled until WrestleMania, lost, and then disappeared. She was on TV for what, like 3 months, and then disappeared? I mean, unless literally she's got like a Roman Reigns deal, which she doesn't, by the way. It's kind of nuts. But the Queen enters the ring. Have a look at what the poll's saying. Poll's only been going a minute, but so far the 2 favourites to leave as Women's Champion is Charlotte Flair, but the main favourite is Io Sky, just about. Remember to get your votes in. Really interested to know what you think about that one. And surprisingly, the champion's not entering last. She's entering second. It's Asuka. You would have thought it would be Bianca Belair and then Asuka. Gosh, she's sprinting. Terrifying. Those masks are kind of terrifying. And look at the face paint. She's a Kana. Of course, this is the penultimate match of the evening. Following this, we do have the main event, which of course is Tribal Combat for the Undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso. Not only for the Undisputed Universal Championship, but also for the title of Tribal Chief. So plenty left to fight for at Ford Field tonight. The question is, who is ready for Asuka? Look at that face paint. That is awesome. And here comes the EST of WWE, Bianca Belair, the former Women's Champion. She's doing the entrance with the drink. Oh. C4 must be paying. They must be paying WWE a ton. I mean, literally, they've got the drink on the table. They got the drink surrounding the ring. Even Bianca Belair makes an entrance with the drink as well. And if C4 is watching this, the energy would be a tremendous way to keep me awake through all of my watch-alongs. If you're watching, give me a call. They're not watching. They're not. If any sponsors are watching, give me a call. They're not. Asuka's face paint and the contacts look fantastic. To be honest, I mean, when it comes to all of the sponsorship, it's almost surprising that it's taken this long for WWE to kind of cotton on to all that kind of stuff. I mean, you look at any other sort of sporting venture, whether it's football here in the UK, whether it's even in America, American football is littered with sponsorships. You look at some of the NASCAR drivers or all that kind of stuff. It's only logical that WWE would have the barricade and just, again, a bit like here with sports, electronic hoardings, have any kind of sponsor you want. Make a load of money. Why wouldn't you do that? Charlotte Flair gets the first introduction. 14-time women's champion. If there's a new belt in WWE, Charlotte's got to have it. She had to hold that version of the title. Bianca Belair, who I think still technically a babyface, even though she's been acting kind of heelish recently. Of course, her husband is now in a faction with Bobby Lashley, who are heels. Asuka, multiple-time women's champion as well. Here we go. The referee, Jessica Carr, holds up the championship. Why, as well, I just realised, because I remember this, why it says Women's Undisputed Championship, I still don't know. Because how you can have multiple world championships and say one of them is undisputed, to me, is bizarre. It's like not knowing the definition of undisputed at all. Bell rings are underway. Charlotte goes for the boot. Oof. Bianca's going to use her hair as a weapon, as she's always done. Oh, duck under. Asuka, roll through. Beautiful. Oh, for a boot. Charlotte Flair breaks it up. Throws Asuka through the middle rope. Goes for another boot. Asuka, oh, hangs up the knee over the top rope. That was nasty. And a clothesline by Bianca. Oof. Ooh. Hangs up Bianca's knee over the top rope. And Charlotte with a reverse elbow. Back suplex. And a nip up. I mean, one thing you can't argue is that Charlotte Flair is a phenomenal athlete. Absolutely incredible. And Charlotte Flair now doing the slow turn and having a look at Bianca Belair. Red Devil says one of the main reasons why football is not big here in the United States is because of the lack of frequent ad breaks for ads. Well, I think also there's just the traditional sports that America likes, isn't there? You know, it's American. I mean, American, football is just ingrained into the culture, isn't it? Like football is over here. You know, it's you play at high school into college. I mean, I don't think people understand. I was trying to explain this to KG and Flex when they were over there. Like when they were at the Allegiant Stadium, and they were saying that the college football team in Nevada plays there, and Cage was like, "What college?" And I was trying to explain to him. I was like, "I don't think you understand. Like college football in the US is ginormous. Some people prefer it to NFL. You know, college football stadiums sell out every single week, like 60, 70,000. It's nuts. And it's going to start fairly soon, isn't it? And like people are saying, like Collision is going to struggle against college football because it's huge. Drop kick by Asuka to the head of Bianca Belair. Now Asuka looks like she's seemingly in control. Oof. Just holding Bianca by the arm and kicks right to the head. Once again, these kicks by Asuka. And now just stamping the head, trying to squish it like a grape, is Asuka. Oh, went for a kick. Spins her around. Oh, and a big forearm. big reverse elbow by Bianca. That was nasty. Oh, big knee right to the face. Cover. Now Charlotte. Oh, big knee. Oof. Charlotte goes into the top turnbuckle. German suplex by Asuka. If you haven't already, click the like button. We're only 18 likes away from 100 likes, which would be amazing. Now Asuka now seems to be firmly in control here. Or kick to the chest. And another kick to the chest. Oh, right to the face then. And again, big roundhouse kick. Oh, ducks under that one. Rolls her up. Asuka kicks out. Difficult position on the card, this. You know, being the penultimate match, you get to the point where the crowd, you know, they fatigued after what was the match of the night for the World Heavyweight Championship. They're then starting to already look forward to the main event, which is obviously the Tribal Combat match. So they're kind of just, you know, waiting or trying to recharge. So it's a difficult spot being in this position. Belair went for a suplex. Oh, small package. And Belair kicks out of the inside cradle. Belair going for a double chicken win. Maybe going for a version of a glam slam. Asuka fights out. Oh, crossbody to both Belair and Asuka. Charlotte trying to fire up. And now Charlotte. Oh, big chop to Belair. Chop to Asuka. Oh, chop to Belair again. Pair of chops for everyone. Bianca kept trying to block him. Oh, and a beautiful exploder suplex. Version of a T-bone, I think that was. Same again. And another nip up. Second of the match for Charlotte. Looks like Charlotte's the one calling this one, I think. Oh, a top came undone. Oh, dear. Wardrobe malfunction. Asking for an Asuka lock. And a big boot. Oh, kick. Charlotte did a kip up. She had them both in the corner. Oh, double natural selection to both. Gonna go for a cover. Or kicks out. And Charlotte had a bit of a... Not the only one to have a wardrobe malfunction this evening. Brock Lesnar's shorts ripped in half. By the end of the match, he was like wrestling in 2003 again. He was like wrestling in trunks. Charlotte saying it's my title. Or kick by Asuka right to the head of Charlotte. And a big boot by Charlotte Flair to Bianca. Oh, a code breaker by Asuka to Flair. Cover. And Charlotte kicks out. All three women down. Remember, again, there could be a cash-in. I mean, let's have a look at the poll, actually. 12 minutes in, over 50 votes. And it's close, actually. This is really, really interesting. So, the question was, who leaves as women's champion? 30% of you say Asuka. 30% of you say Charlotte Flair. 21% of you say Bianca Belair. Only 19 say Io Sky. So, a lot of people are saying they don't think Io Sky is going to cash in. Which is quite interesting. And look at these forearms and chops. Oh, ducks that one. Oh, Bianca, big clothesline. And just pulls on the braid. Oh, big kick. Asuka throws Belair to the outside of the ring. Oh, bam, big forearm. Oh, another big forearm by Charlotte. Kick to the hamstring by Asuka. Oh, a big forearm by Bianca Belair. What's she thinking here? Jumps over the top rope. Kick to the gut. He's going to go for a neck breaker DDT combination, I think. Oh, neck breaker DDT combination. And look at that. Nip up. Belair charges in the corner. Oof. Shoulder into the gut. And just teeing off on the head. Teeing off on the head of Charlotte Flair. Oh, beautiful moonsaults. Easy. Oh, catches her into a backbreaker. This is the thing with Bianca Belair. She's an unbelievable athlete. Absolutely incredible athlete. Almost scary. Handspring, moonsault. Will both get the knees up. Not only Charlotte Flair and Asuka. Oh, and a spear by Charlotte. Oh, kick round the head. And now transitions into an Asuka lock. Asuka lock, I think it's locked in. Is it locked in on Charlotte Flair? I believe it is. I'm not sure. Maybe it's fully in at this point. I mean, Charlotte's actively talking to Asuka. Oh. And let's go handspring moonsault by Bianca Belair. All three down once again. Flair down, Belair down. Asuka down too. The referee was communicating with someone in the back there. So some things, I think, it's always strange when you see that they're talking to a lot of people. Something going on in this one. Oof, Asuka sends Bianca Belair off the top rope. Oh, wow. Big forearm by Charlotte sends Asuka out to the outside. And now Flair, she's going to go to the top rope, seemingly. What's she going to be thinking? What's she thinking about here? Uh-oh. She's thinking of going to the top. You can tell. This is going to be rough. This is going to be nasty. Here we go. Oh, she missed him completely. Kick by. I mean, how many times Charlotte Flair has to do that moonsault and miss every single time? Every single time she missed. I mean, she missed Bianca Belair by a mile, honestly. Oh, Asuka didn't get all of that DDT. And Bianca Belair breaks up. Bit clunky at points, this match. It must be said, isn't it? Bit clunky. Just a little bit. Just a little bit clunky. Once again, all three down, looking to get back to their feet. As the crowd applauds. Belair getting Asuka back to her feet. Went for a kick. Ducks. Oh, KOD. Here we go. Possibly to get KOD. Are we going to get it? Are we going to get it? Asuka. She's trying to get over the rope. Again, that was clunky. Which again, I think would best describe this one as clunky, to say the least. Asuka lock. Oh, and Charlotte, big boot. Sends Asuka to the outside. And here we go. Bianca Belair's got Charlotte up on her shoulders. Are we going to get KOD? KOD. Charlotte lands on her feet. Went for a big boot. Ducks out the way. Oh, German suplex inside and out. Charlotte lands right on her stomach. Oh, and sends Belair out to the outside. Asuka going to steal it. Oh, and Charlotte kicks out. Oh, now go for the armbar. Oh, actually, right on the shoulder. That was nasty. Now it's going to go for a triangle, seemingly. She's got the triangle in. No. Jessica Carr's trying to check the shoulders. And Charlotte trying to power out of it. He is going to power out. Look at that. Oh, no. Going to try again. Oh. Bianca Belair. And go for a power bomb. Powerbomb. Oh, beautiful. Gut wrench powerbomb. Oh, Asuka's got the Asuka lock locked in. Belair's flailing. Oh, Charlotte Flair. Oh, she tried to pin both of them. And they both kicked out. Now the frustration's on the face of Charlotte Flair. She's trying to wonder what she's got to do. Both are doing everything they can to fight. It was a beautiful gut wrench powerbomb. I remember Jack Swagger used to do a great gut wrench powerbomb. For a finish as well. We're 15 likes away from 100, so if you haven't already, click the like button. And be sure to subscribe too, bottom right hand corner. You know what to do. As the Women's Championship is on the line. Of course, coming up after this is Tribal Combat. Oh, boot to the face. Oof. Knee. And throws Bianca Belair right into the middle turnbuckle. Now both Belair and Asuka are down. Charlotte's the only one standing up on her feet. And Charlotte now got to go to the top rope. Thinking about something big. Moonsault. Oh, beautiful. Lands on both. 1, 2. Oh, and they both kick out. Charlotte trying to fire up. Charlotte's definitely been the MVP of this match. She was going for a double figure 8, figure 16 maybe, whatever that was. Bianca. Oh wow. That was nasty. What was that? Is Belair hurt? Okay, there she goes over the top rope. And you don't see her. Checking on Bianca. I think it's part of the match. Backslide. Oof. And officials have come out to Bianca on the outside of the ring. Again, don't know if that was part of the match. I think it might have been part of the match. We'll find out soon. Asuka working her way up to the top. I mean, they're not really shooting Bianca. They're going to the top rope. I'm just trying to see if Bianca's involved in this or what it is. Superplex. I mean, they are shooting Bianca, so she is walking. She's looking back. And the crowd are standing up and applauding. Again, they don't really show what happened. They just showed the replay again. You just hear a noise. And Bianca Belair's walked off. I mean, she's been helped back, but it's just the way they're shooting it implies. Oh, she goes back. She falls down to her knee. She's looking back over her shoulder. Still, though, the match continues. It's just, the thing is, sometimes you never know. Oh, what a spear by Charlotte on Asuka. Oh, and Asuka kicks out. If she's not selling, then WWE's got a problem because it's a big star. So as of right now, it's just a singles. It's probably just feel like she's going to come back. Figure 8. It's a work. Here she comes. She's coming back. She's coming back. She's limping. It was a work. I told you. I told you it was a work. Now she's going to go to the top rope. If you had just done your ACL, you wouldn't be climbing to the top rope. Figure 8 is locked in. Oh, 450 splash. My goodness, one. Oh, and Charlotte kicks out. Well, they're certainly working, but there's no way the injury's real. If you just blew out your knee, you do not do a 450. Yeah? You definitely don't do a 450 splash. Incredible. But again, that's good. Because she had people believing for a second. She had people believing. And I tell you what, it's a picture perfect 450 as well. That's impressive. Just to be selling the injury and then do the 450 is pretty good going. And smart by the referee. Referee goes over to Bianca and asks if she's okay, and then does the whole like she's fine. But again, it's part of the work. So everyone's down at this point. Charlotte's talking smack to Bianca, looking to get back to her feet. Oof! Belair says something, bitch. And what you're going to see, which is just hilarious with pro wrestling, is suddenly Belair's knee will get actually okay very quickly. So much that she can fight. Like now, she's back on her feet now. It's incredible. She could barely stand up a few seconds ago. And now she's going to get back up on her knee. Gotta sell it. Surely you can't hit this move on the bad knee. Rolls through. Well, Asuka sent to the outside. Oh, Flair rolls through. And suddenly Belair's back up on the feet. No problem. Here we go. Figure 8. This should do it. Surely. And here we go. Figure 8. Charlotte's going to do the figure 8. Up on the tippy toes. Figure 8. Is she going to tap out? Is she going to... Oh, the miss. The blue miss right to the face of Charlotte Flair. Oh, she goes for a kick. Oh, small package. Inside cradle. Oh, Belair won. Oh, my God. I did not see that coming. I thought Asuka was going to win. So after all that, you're telling me after all that, they do the injury angle. Bianca Belair was champion for such a long period of time. She drops the title to Asuka like a couple of months ago, and Bianca Belair's the champion again. Wow. That is like probably the one outcome I don't think anyone saw coming. No one saw Asuka. I think people thought Asuka could retain. I think people thought Charlotte Flair could win. I think people thought that Io Sky could cash in, but they didn't think Bianca Belair would. Yeah, here we go. I was going to say, the moment the knee injury happened, it's got to be set up for an Io Sky cashing, and she's running to the ring. She's got something to worry about indeed. Here comes Miss Money in the Bank. Io Sky is rushing. Oh, Bayley is hitting everyone with the briefcase. And Io Sky hits Belair to the knee. Oh, and off the skull. And she's saying cash in. She's cashing in the briefcase. Is the bell going to ring? Bell rings. Bell rings. Io Sky. Oh, beautiful. Picture perfect. 3, and Io Sky is the brand new WWE Women's Champion. She did it. She absolutely did it. We've had 2 new world champions this evening. We've had Bianca Belair, and now we've got Io Sky is the brand new WWE Women's Champion. It was genius. It was set up. It was genius in terms of strategy, and it was genius in terms of the Sky by Io Sky. Picture perfect moonsault. Wow, wow, wow. Damage Control now is ruling the world as the women's champion is Io Sky. Good Lord. And look, there's Dakota Kai, an injured Dakota Kai. She's out of a knee injury. But Io Sky wins. Take a look at that. I suppose the very moment that Bianca Belair won, but she had a bad knee, you went, surely we're going to have a cash in. Because as I said, otherwise it just makes no sense. It made no sense for Bianca Belair. She just lost the title to Asuka not that long ago. So you're thinking, surely she's not going to win the title again. And again with a bad knee. It protects everyone. It protects Asuka. It protects Charlotte Flair. And it protects Bianca as well. And they did the smart thing. Bayley hitting everyone with a briefcase. Of course, she successfully cashed in the briefcase in the past as well. But Io Sky is the brand new women's champion. Good for her. Not only did she cash in, she hits a picture-perfect moonsault as well. Look at this moonsault. Look at this. Oh, brilliant. Picture perfect. And look at the crowd. Look at the thousands. Look at the celebrations in London. Incredible. And Io Sky holds the title up high, the brand new WWE Women's Champion. Damage Control ruling the world. What a moment for Io Sky. What a moment for Damage Control. And a group hug as all of Damage Control celebrates in the ring. What a moment for Io Sky. And the crowd applauds for Io. Look at that. The brand new WWE Women's Champion. And what happens now? Incredible. Big pop as she celebrates, not surprisingly. Now, this leaves just one more match, of course. The main event is next, Tribal Combat. Tribal Combat for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship, as well as, of course, the title of the Tribal Chief. Remember, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. Click the like button. We're only 2 likes away from 90 likes, by the way. So if you haven't already, click that like button. Fat Thor says, by the way, I made my wife like and subscribe. Big up to you, Fat Thor. Appreciate all of the support, as always. It's very much appreciated. Appreciate everyone that's tuned in thus far this evening. Of course, we are going to be live for a little bit of time after the show, doing a post-show. You won't have to go anywhere. You'll be redirected to that one. So, again, no need to have to worry about that. As we're just seeing a Rhea Ripley promo at the moment. Liv Morgan, unfortunately, they're out with an injury at the moment. You might not be able to see this. I think it depends what you're watching it on, isn't it? Because on Peacock, you won't have seen any of these. From what I've heard, that when these sort of video packages happen on people, they're actually Peacock adverts are ongoing. So that's what that sort of situation is at the time. But yes. If you are just joining us, Io Sky is the brand new WWE Women's Champion. And as I mentioned, coming up next, we have, of course, the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship main events as well. Which, again, is very, 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 very exciting. I'm very excited for it. No doubt about that. The saga of the Bloodline is going to continue. I mean, it's a heck of a video package that Liv Morgan's doing. My goodness. What even the Peacock adverts consist of? Just like normal adverts you would see on American television? Or are they like adverts for Peacock shows? I saw a thing the other day saying Peacock has lost like billions for NBC Universal. It's lost like a huge amount. Like they were saying, the only reason that people really have it is to watch The Office and watch sort of live sport and WWE. Really, that's what they've got. Because it's funny, because everyone, everyone launched a streaming service around the same period of time, whether it was NBC, Universal, or Comcast, CBS, Paramount, all that kind of stuff. And they launched, all of these people launched all these HBO Max. And then I think they realized that actually they're not super profitable. You know what I mean? You have to have a lot of subscribers. And I don't think people assumed everyone was going to sort of dilute the marketplace as well. Coming up next, indeed, it is Tribal Combat. It is the main event. So who leaves as champion and Tribal Chief? Of course, this video package is tremendous as well. If it's the same one they showed on SmackDown Friday, it's awesome. There you go. Poll is in the chat. Of course, talking about the entire Bloodline saga, the creation of the Bloodline, and sort of the dissolving of the faction as well. Shortly, Roman Reigns wins. I can't see this going any other way apart from a Roman Reigns victory. I'd be stunned if anything else happens. And of course, look at the things he's done with Jimmy and Jey Uso by his side, Roman Reigns. He's dominated. He's smashed and stacked, as he says. Question is, do we see Jimmy Uso tonight? He's been on the shelf since the attack by Solo Sikoa and Roman Reigns. Do we see the Elders? I'll tell you what, that promo of "You Out and I'm Out Too" is just amazing, wasn't it? And I'm out too. Boom. Liam says, "Hi Owen, I don't mean to go off topic, but do you remember the guy who would do the wrestler interviews in the early 2000s? He wore glasses at the time." What, on television? Or in like this space? On television, it would have been someone like Todd Grisham, who does combat sports and boxing commentary nowadays. Of course, this time last year, we had the last man standing match, didn't we? Between Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns, when Brock lifted the ring with the tractor. That was so good. That spot was so good. I loved it. I mean, what was incredible with this whole thing, that trial of Roman Reigns, the tribal court thing, and the ratings that did for SmackDown Madison Square Garden is just unbelievable. But it went for like 40 minutes and people were like, "Oh, I can't believe it went for that long." Why can't you can't believe it went for that long? It was always going to do unbelievable numbers. And WWE was right. It was like This Is Your Life with Foley and Rock that went way over time, but it did a massive number. If you've got the right story and the right people, and you go for a long time without taking breaks, you'll always do big numbers. Always. Again, that's just how it's always worked. And imagine you'd have said to someone just before the pandemic, 2020, 2023, SummerSlam, 3 years' time, main event will be Roman Reigns, Jey Uso, Undisputed Universal Championship. Oh, and by the way, Romans would have won the bout this summer, and he won't have lost it since. And he'll have merged it with the WWE Championship. You'd have been like, are you kidding me? Now, the way this is built and gone up is crazy. Of course, Roman Reigns pinned for the first time since December 2019 at Money in the Bank. Jey Uso was the person that did it. And people went back and forth by all accounts on it. But you think about all of the chapters to this too. The chapters of, you know, Roman returning, Jey Uso falling in line, Jimmy Uso falling in line, and then, you know, eventually it was merging the championship or defeating people like Edge, John Cena, defeating Brock Lesnar, merging the championship with the WWE Championship. The inclusion of Solo Sikoa, the inclusion of Sami Zayn breaking away, the Usos breaking away. I mean, it's an incredible story, isn't it, over 3 years? I mean, one thing's to be said, it's not been the same thing over and over and over and over again. And there he is, Jey Uso, a tag team wrestler in the main event of SummerSlam. And he's much, and I said tag team wrestler, he's far, far, far more than that, you know. He is bona fide, he calls himself main event Jey Uso, and it's true. That's indeed what he is. Main event Jey. Never had a singles championship. The biggest singles accolade that he's got is when he won the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal prior to WrestleMania 37 in 2021. Can he do it tonight? That's the question. Is it possible? My response would be anything's possible. You never know. He could. Not to say that he will, but he could. The question is Detroit feeling oozy? This is the one the crowd's been waiting for. Look, it's been a longer show than usual, certainly as well. Gonna probably clock in around 4 hours-ish. Of course, as I mentioned, Jey Uso, the first person to pin Roman Reigns since December of 2019. He did that at Money in the Bank, the last premium live event, but that was a tag team match. This time it's different. This time it's singles. Look at that. Look at that scene. Hands going up and down. Look at that, honestly. Heck of a scene. Again, over 50,000 people putting their hands up and down for Jey Uso in the biggest match of his career. No doubt about it. And here he comes. People pointing up to the sky. The biggest star in WWE right now. The undisputed WWE Universal Champion. The Tribal Chief. The head of the table. God mode, the needle mover, whatever you want to call him, Roman Reigns, is about to enter Ford Field for yet another SummerSlam main event. Yet another championship defense, accompanied by the wise man himself, Paul Heyman. No Solo Sikoa, which is curious. Of course, he was taken out last night, I suppose, on SmackDown. That's maybe why. But of course, he won the championship nearly 3 years to this day. He returned at SummerSlam 3 years ago after the Fiend Bray Wyatt defeated Braun Strowman. A week later, just 7 days later, he won the WWE Championship at Payback in a no-holds-barred triple threat match. Since then, he has held on to the championship. Since then, he has merged it with the WWE Championship. Since then, he's created a bloodline that's slowly begun to fall apart. But whilst they fall away, whilst they leave him, things stay the same, that Roman Reigns is still the Universal Champion. He is still the Tribal Chief. But the question is, for how much longer? Will it all come crashing down tonight? Will Jey Uso be the one to put an end to the bloodline and put an end to the legendary run that Roman Reigns is on right now? That's the big question. The clash of the Anoa'i family. They go to war in tribal combat. Harry says they have dropped both titles too. Yes. Universal Championship, WWE Championship no longer carried by Paul Heyman. Well, of course, this is Roman Reigns' first singles match since WrestleMania, when he defeated Cody Rhodes. His first title defense since WrestleMania, when he defeated Cody Rhodes as well. You can get your predictions in the poll in the chat. Over 54 votes. 72% of you say Roman Reigns is going to leave as champion and the Tribal Chief. I tend to agree. I do think that's going to happen. I do think that's going to be the case. We're only 11 likes away from 100, by the way. So if you haven't already, click that like button. But I agree. I do think that Roman Reigns is going to win. To that brand new WWE Undisputed Universal Championship bout, which, by the way, they have had the same version of the WWE Championship going back to about 2013. That same version of the title we have seen for a long time. People say, oh, it's a different bout. It's the same version of the title for about a decade at this point. Roman Reigns rivaling The Undertaker with how long he takes to make an entrance. And he points to the sky, because that's where I'm going to be by the time the bell rings for this one, is in heaven. My goodness me. He takes his time, doesn't he, Roman Reigns? Wow. Paul Heyman's got a microphone. He's going to, I think, do a ring introduction for Roman Reigns. And Pyro, of course. Pyro, and raising the title up high. Of course, it's not the first time they faced off. They faced off at Clash of Champions in 2020. Hell in a Cell 2. In an I Quit match inside Satan's structure. Red Devil says the Elder's going to interfere. Not the Wild Samoans. I don't think so. I mean, they're old. You know, Roman Reigns' father and uncle are very, very old. So I don't think that one's going to happen. They could appear at the end. Rikishi, you never know. Maybe Rikishi could. Roman Reigns has got a microphone in his hand. I think he's going to tell Ford Field to acknowledge him. I think it's the most likely outcome here. And that's what he's probably going to say. He says, SummerSlam. Acknowledge me. I mean, if you can't hear what he actually said, but you could do something like this.
Acknowledge me.
Yes. Tribal combat. Yes. Ring introductions are on the way. And eventually, I think we'll get to... eventually, we'll get to the main event. Oh. It's been a while, hasn't it? Jey Uso being introduced by the ring announcer. Main event, Jey Uso gets the ring introduction. Main event, Jey. And his opponent is the tribal chief himself. Accompanied by Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman always looks like he's in the verge of breaking down into tears. It's a shame because with Roman dropping the 2 titles, he can't do the... You know, when he sort of flings them. He can't do that. He can only do it with the 1 bout this time. He tried it, but it's not the same. Kervin says, I'm going to agree with Triple H cutting 2 matches from SummerSlam. This pay-per-view was going to end at midnight. I think you're probably right. I mean, this match is probably going to go about 30 minutes, which would be 12 a.m. on the East Coast, wouldn't it? So I think you're probably right. They probably have a bit of a hard out of just before midnight, which is probably why... you know, they're sort of... I wouldn't be surprised if they said to Roman Reigns, look, hurry up. you can't got a ton of time, mate. And he's holding the tribal chief lay there. Roman Reigns says, if you beat me, I'll give these to you. Not the ref, not Heyman, me. The Unafala, the symbol of leadership of tribal chief in the bloodline. Paul Heyman tells Roman Reigns, I love you, my tribal chief. The bell rings. We are finally underway. So time for tribal combat. Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso. Here we go. Now, given how Roman Reigns matches work, this one is going to start very, very, very slow and slowly build to a crescendo, one would think. But again, that's how the Roman Reigns matches work. They can be slow, and then they can build and build and build and build and build. Michael Cole doing his classic WWE. WWE. for the WWE. WWE. Red Devil says, I think the 2 belts are now obsolete and this is the replacement for the 2. Yeah, those 2 titles now don't exist. The Universal title belt, the blue one, and the WWE Championship title belt, they have been retired. And the Undisputed Universal Championship belt that Roman Reigns holds is the replacement for it. So there's only one. As both men still trying to jockey for position. Remember, anything goes in this tribal combat. Collar and elbow tie-up. Side headlock by Roman Reigns as Paul Heyman's just focused on the garment of the tribal chief at ringside. He's holding it in his hands. Oof. And shoulder tackle by Roman. Lucas says, I think Solo will help Roman win. I think Solo will come out, but I think so will Jimmy. Roman shaking his head. Mixed chance of let's go Roman and Roman sucks. We've got a mixture. Roman seeing particularly perturbed by some of these chants. I don't blame him. He's very frustrated. Collar and elbow tie up once again. Side headlock by Jey Uso. Both men back to their feet. Looks like Reigns is going to shoot Jey into the ropes. Bounces off. Drop down. Oh, and a big reverse elbow by Roman Reigns. Reigns saying to the crowd, who sucks now? Not me. Definitely not the tribal chief. How could he? It's impossible. Oof, big slap. And now stomps. And look at it, squeezing the back of Jay's head against the mat, trying to pop it like a grape. And Reigns pointing to the crowd, chatting to the crowd, saying, I'm the one. Red Devils with a super chat. Appreciate the contribution. Says, big up Owen for a great stream. I appreciate the support, Red Devils. Appreciate everyone that's tuned in. The super chats, the memberships, all ways to support the channel. The likes, the subscriptions, all the ways to support the channel. So it's very much appreciated. And this is, like I said, it's the bread and butter. It's how I started on YouTube. And it's never, ever, ever going away. Irrespective of what happens with football or anything like that, this is always my bread and butter. It's my baby. It's me. But I appreciate the contribution, Red Devil, and all of the support that everyone's had shown this evening and just shown recently. Again, it's overwhelming. I'm very, very, very lucky. Very lucky. Jey Uso teeing off. Oh! Channeled the Rock. He did the right hands, looked at the hand, and then bang, another one. Oh, floats over. Oh, kick right to the gut. I wonder how many super kicks and right hands and thrusts we're going to get. And Jey Uso clothesline over the top. Jay's going to go for a tope. Oh, tope. And I don't think Roman Reigns even knew that was coming. Reigns was not prepared for that. Look at this. Goes for the tope. Reigns wasn't even there. It was right to the back, though, of Roman Reigns. Oh, sends Roman right into the steel steps. Again, no countouts, no disqualifications. It's just tribal combat. Lucas says you're the best, Owen. Ah, definitely not. You guys are all the best for tuning in. Says, Owen, who do you think will win? Roman Reigns is going to win. I'm very confident. In terms of the poll, over 130 votes say that they think also Roman Reigns will win. 64% of you say that you think Roman Reigns will win. Crowd chanting, we want tables. I mean, it's entirely possible that they'll get him, considering that anything goes. Oh, it looks like he's going to go for it. Jey Uso is going to give the WWE fans what they want. And slides out a table. Ask, and they shall deliver. Paul Heyman saying he's your blood, he's your tribal chief. Paul Heyman was just shouting at Jey Uso. Paul Heyman definitely dyes his hair, by the way, which to me is hilarious considering Paul Heyman, he's got no hair. Paul Heyman has got a strip of hair from here around the back of his head. That's it. And he dyes it. There's no need, Paul. I mean, he rocked the ponytail for years when he had no hair, which again was insane. When he came back to WWE in 2012 with Brock, he had no hair on top. He still had the ponytail, and eventually he cut it off because I think people had said to him eventually, like, Paul, it's over. The ponytail thing, it's over. Jey jumps over. Oof. Red Devil says Paul Heyman got glazer hair. He used to. He used to have the glazer haircut. That's exactly what he used to have. What is known as the skullet. The skull/mullet combination. Crowd chanting for the Usos. Or for the Uso. We're 8 likes away from 100 likes, by the way. So if you haven't already, click the like button. And be sure to subscribe, bottom right hand corner. Reigns sort of basking in the booze or trying to get frustrated by the crowd. Oh, and a drive-by by Reigns to Jey Uso, right to the head of his cousin. This is blood versus blood here. Cover, forearm in the face, and Jey Uso kicks out. One thing is for certain though when it comes to Roman Reigns, him becoming part-time, as much as people can criticize him for it and all that kind of stuff, it really has done wonders for his presentation, and it really has done wonders for him not being overexposed. Because whenever he does appear and whenever he does wrestle, it does feel like a big deal because he doesn't wrestle all the time. He never really wrestles on TV nowadays. Very rarely he might do it, but it's not very often. Whenever he's on pay-per-view, it makes it feel like a big deal. But it's not like Brock Lesnar in the sense of he'll disappear for a long period of time. Roman Reigns has never really gone for a long period of time. It's only usually like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And the way that they've positioned the storyline of him being the head of a faction, it's like a mafia boss. You don't see the mafia boss every single week. You don't. You see the foot soldiers instead, or you see his messengers every week. You don't see the main guy. And then when you do see him, it's a big deal. So I think that almost inadvertently has helped WWE in terms of the presentation of Roman Reigns. There's no argument or doubt about that. That has helped them, even though it wasn't intentional. Because that's the biggest problem nowadays, isn't it, with pro wrestling, is that it's overexposure. There's so much time to fill. There's so much television. There's social media. Oh, kendo stick by Roman Reigns. But Roman's a guy that doesn't feel overexposed. he only appears on SmackDown every couple of weeks. He's not on Raw and SmackDown and NXT. He's not on every pay-per-view. And it's a bit like, to be honest, it's what they used to do back in the day. You didn't see Hulk Hogan wrestle every week on TV. You might have seen him most weeks, but you didn't see him wrestle every single week. You had to either go to a house show or you had to buy a pay-per-view. That's where you saw him. Same with Bruno Sammartino. Very rarely did you see him wrestle on TV. Once in a blue moon, he might have a match. But apart from that, you had to go watch him on the shows. Pay-per-view wasn't really a thing there, but you had to go to the live events. Because you had to make him into an attraction. And that's no doubt what Roman is at this point. He's an attraction. So Reigns firmly in control. He's got the Samoan kendo stick. Crowd are chanting, "You suck," at Reigns. I'm sure he would disagree. And he's got the kendo stick up against the throat of his cousin. Firmly in control is Roman Reigns. And classic Roman Reigns in the match. He's just screaming at him, telling him to get up. Oh, literally choking him. Oh. And once again, oh, big right hand by Jey Uso. Wow. And another one. Oof. Right on the jaw. And again, look at these big clotheslines. Over and over and over and over again. Look at them just absolutely teeing off. Brutal. Corey Graves stealing a line of CM Punk there. The arms are too short to box with guard. I think I've heard that before from somewhere. But again, Reigns certainly controlling the pace, dictating the pace and the tempo right now. And again, just drinking it in. Drinking in the admiration. Time for a Superman punch. He's lining it up. Here we go. Oh, kendo stick shot by Jey Uso. Now Jey. Oh, across the back of Roman Reigns. And again, and again, and again. Look at him. On his own cousin, over and over again. Kendo stick splintering, splitting in half. Oh, takes Reigns over the top rope with it. Gonna hit the rope, gonna go for a tope again. Oh, a dive over the top. Oh, a somersault. Wow, that was nasty. That wasn't just a dive, that was a dive into a flip. Paul Heyman with his head in his hands. Take a look at this. Dive over the top. And landed right on the shoulder of Roman Reigns. Reigns just trying to, I think, gather his bearings a little bit. And figure out what was going on. Jay's looking at his hands. I think the thing just split and cut open his hands a bit. Now Jay's going to go to the top rope. Oh, wow. He went for a Superman punch. He got him. Just took his head up. Oof. Uso kicks out. He went for a splash from the top and Reigns just hit a big Superman punch. Oof. Bang. That got him. Of course, this is the main event. Tribal Combat for the Undisputed WWE Universal Championship. WWE. WWE. A bit of an update, because this was something that was quite widely reported today, and I didn't want to spoil it or anything too much. There are rumors that Kairi Sane has re-signed with WWE. She has posted on social media that she has a press conference that will be streaming tomorrow on YouTube, which we think is going to be an announcement of her signing with WWE. Again, that's the rumor, certainly. Super kick. Jey Uso's going to the top rope. Uso splash, that's it. That's what did it. Go on. 2. Oh, and Reigns kicks out. People thought. I was just checking if the fight had happened between Nate Diaz and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if it has yet. I was just checking if indeed it had. No one can really say. It's just if you type it on Twitter, it's just a bunch of nonsense. Well, I suppose you could let me know in the chat if indeed it's going on. You type it on Twitter, you get a load of people trying to put links in. Red Devil says, "Oh, was that the spoiler you did not want to give away at the start of the stream?" Yes, I didn't want to give that away because I thought she could play into the finish of the women's title match. Jey Uso's got a chair. Of course, Jey Uso's hit his big splash. He's hit a super kick. He's used a kendo stick. Now he's going to be using a chair, seemingly. Oh, steel chair across the spine. Look at Jey Uso looking at Paul Heyman. They're going to go for it again. He licked the chair. Oh, and across the spine once again. 4 likes away from 100. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe. You will see your subscription number here. That's in real time. Crowd are chanting one more time. Steel chair shot against Roman Reigns by Jey Uso. Oh my God, look how many chairs he's got. There's 3. Oh, there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 chairs in the ring by Jey Uso. The violence. Chad says, hasn't started yet. Come on. Very interesting. That one's going to be going on late, isn't it? Certainly. Paul Heyman's in tears at ringside. Gets Roman on the top rope. But all of those chairs are in the middle of the ring. Maybe Jay's going to do a superplex onto the chairs. I think that's going to be his idea, certainly. Is he going to go for the big superplex? Is he going to hit it? I don't know if he will. A number of steel chairs. Reigns is trying to block it. I think he's going to be able to. Roman's trying to fight out and fight back. Headbutt by Reigns. Uso goes down. Oh, Chad says it's Dallas. Yeah, of course. I forgot that. They've got a bit of extra time on it than this. So Jay's going up to the top rope. He's going to try once again. But Roman might be in a position for a powerbomb, I think, here. He is. Oh, ducks under. Slips underneath. Maybe it's going to be a powerbomb. Oh, right onto the steel chairs. 1, 2. Oh, and he kicks out. Bit of a slow pace to this one. The crowd are kind of in that position where they're kind of like, I don't know, they're kind of murmuring. They're waiting for whatever big thing is going to happen, I think. That's kind of the position that they're looking on. Reigns telling the crowd to be quiet, telling them to settle down, saying, I've got it all figured out, don't worry about it. Well, he's getting the table out again. He's struggling to pick it up, is old Roman. He's got to get the table and maybe put it in the ring, it looks like. Yeah, he moves very slowly, Roman Reigns, isn't he? He's so methodical when it comes to his pacing. Sasha says, only you doing a Community Shield watch along? I am not. No, I mean, I'll be doing the watch along for the Man United game in Dublin. Against Athletic Bilbao, excuse me. Uh-oh. Caught. Jey holding on. He was going to go for like a Samoan drop, I think. Like, uh-oh. Jey on the apron. Oh, Uso hangs up Roman Reigns. Of course, there is a table on the outside of the ring. Oh, right hand. Jey's holding on. That table is right there. Oof. Right hand. A big right hand back. A trade-off of rights. Jey hanging on. Is he going to fall back? Oof. Shoulder to the gut. Oh, right hand. Jey actually falls into the ring. Reigns pointing to the sky. Oh no, he's going to go for a... Oh, he was going to go for, I think, maybe a Superman punch, and Jey hits him in the face with a step-up enziguri. Oh, he's maybe thinking of a Samoan drop, perhaps. Can he get him up on the shoulder? It's going to take a lot of strength. Paul Heyman looks on from ringside. He looks concerned. I don't blame him. I kind of am too. Oh! Samoa drop through the table. They both go through. Oof. Nasty. Sasha says, read the chat, Owen. I did. I said, I'm not doing a Community Shield watch along. I'm doing the game for the United game from Dublin. I always read the chat. Jey Uso's going under the apron. Maybe he's got something he's looking for. Is that blood? Jey Uso's looking for something. What's he looking for? Is it... What is that? Is that a strap? I think it is. Oh my god. Horrible sound, that strap. Wow. A leather strap. Oh, and look at Roman's arm. Roman's arm's bleeding. I think from the table. Oof. Reigns is trying to leave through the crowd. A guy was trying to take a selfie with him, and security just literally shoved him out of the way. Told him to get out of the way, basically. So they're fighting through the crowd. Fighting out into just the middle of Ford Field at this point. Out in the middle of nowhere. Jey Uso getting some hydration. Gets Roman up on his shoulder. What's he thinking of? Oh, there we go. There's Solo Sikoa. Solo's arrived. It's about time. You had to wait till it was going to happen. It was going to happen eventually. Solo's, he was down but not for long. Solo's back. There's a table there. Uh-oh. Oh, Uranagi through the table by Solo Sikoa. And now suddenly Roman Reigns is back in control. Suddenly he has advantage. And he's just dragging Jey Uso now out of the wreckage of the table. I saw some guy in the stands going crazy. Guys needs to calm down a little bit. Not real. And look at Solo. He's literally just dragging him like a bear. Now he's going to pick him up on his shoulders, it looks like. And he's just going to carry him to the ring. And allow Rowan to pin him. Carrying him. Dead weight on his shoulder. If anything, Roman's annoyed that he's taking so slow. Now he wants Solo to finish off the job, I think, in the ring. Rolled into the ring. He's telling him again, slamming. He's saying, do another one. Another Uranagi, please. Referee saying you're not even in this match. Oh, spinning Solo again by Sikoa. The referee shouting at him saying you're not even in this match. It doesn't matter. And it's a glorified 2-on-1 match at this point. Now Roman's saying Samoan Spike. Samoan Spike incoming. Oh, we're going to have that combination. The spear and Samoan Spike combination. Here we go. Oh! Jey Uso moved and he accidentally speared Solo. He's actually taken out his only help. Oh, and a spear. A spear. 1, 2. Oh, and he just kicked out. People thought it was going to be the moment. It wasn't. He kicks out. Look at this. Oh, it was a heck of a spear in the end, actually, on Solo too. And then the spear that Jey did to Roman was pretty damn close. Oh. And now Jay's got 2 chairs. He's going to need it for 2 opponents at this point. Like I said, it's basically a 2-on-1 handicap match. Oh, chair off the back of his brother. Now going to be a chair off the back of his cousin. A chair off the back of Solo, and another chair seemingly coming for Roman. He's telling him to get up, and now just, driving the chair into the gut of Roman over and over and over and over again. And again, oof. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right hand corner. You'll be able to see your subscription number right here. Only one away from 12,120. If you're the 12,120th subscriber, it will tick over if you haven't subscribed already. And we're only 1 like away from 100 likes too. What perfect timing. We're on the precipice. And Jey Uso now stalking Roman Reigns. He's still stalking him over and over. Oh, super kick by Solo Sikoa. Again, it's a glorified 2-on-1. That's what it is. 2-on-1. This time it was a super kick by Solo. Tribal Chief certainly protected. What's going on here, though? Solo staring at Roman Reigns. He's giving him a look as if to say, you speared me. Look at this. There's an intense face-off. He's pointing at the thumb, saying, you know what to do. Oh, spear through the barricade by Jey Uso to Roman Reigns. Roman was in discussion with Solo Sikoa, basically saying, you're going to turn on me? Solo didn't, obviously. But man. Solo Sikoa looks pretty conflicted. Oh, big forearm by Sikoa. I think he's made his mind up as to what he wants to do. Again, it's basically a 2-on-1 of everything that's going on right now. He's going to go for a spinning solo. Oh, Jey manages to float over. Oh, super kick. And now, Solo Sikoa. Oh, splash through the table. Jey Uso just splashes Solo through the table. That's a second table being destroyed in the evening. First in the Brock Cody match, now in this match too. Duck under. And another spear by Roman Reigns. A spear. And now he's going to the top. Is this going to be it? Top rope. Splash. 1, 2. Who the... Someone in a mask. Someone in a mask pulled him out of the ring. Who was it? Oh, it's Jimmy Uso. He's turned on his brother. Jimmy turned on Jey. I can't believe he did it. He cost his brother the championship. You turned on your own twin. How dare you? How absolute dare you? Why did you do it? He was kicked out of the bloodline by Roman. And now he's joining back in. Crowd chants, F you, Jimmy. Oh, and a kick to the face of his own twin brother. About that day one-ish. And now, what's he? I can't believe it. He turned on his own brother. After everything, Roman Reigns actually looks confused. Roman Reigns looks like he doesn't really know what's going on. And a spear through the table. And Roman Reigns is going to retain. Cover, 2, 3. And Roman Reigns is still the undisputed WWE Universal Champion. And it was Jey Uso who got turned on by his own brother, Jimmy. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I think that's certainly a twist that maybe people didn't see coming. I think people assumed that Jimmy was going to help his brother. Michael Cole describes it as Cain and Abel, and I think he's probably right. Corey Graves has called Jimmy Uso a piece of human garbage. I mean, they did say in a recent interview, didn't they, that they felt that the ultimate for them in terms of a singles would be a match at WrestleMania, and I guess maybe that's what we're getting. Roman Reigns still the Undisputed Universal Champion, and he's still the Tribal Chief. And Jimmy's been betrayed. Michael Cole calls it one of the most pathetic things he's ever witnessed. And maybe he's right. And look at Solo Sikoa. I mean, Solo Sikoa is still kind of a bit like, well, I don't know if I was going to turn on him or not. And Roman Reigns holds up the sign that he's the Tribal Chief. But there's lots of different elements to this story right now, isn't there? Again, I don't think many people... To be fair, I did think about that the other day. I thought, well, maybe that's going to be what happens, but... But people, rightfully so, feeling that... I mean, and it looked like Roman Reigns had no idea. Roman Reigns had no idea that even Jimmy was going to be involved. So maybe that's the story they tell. They go, well, it wasn't me that came up with it. I didn't think that was going to happen. And look at Jey Uso. Jey Uso's kind of just sort of coming to as to what happened. And that seems to be SummerSlam. As Roman Reigns points to the sky. Well, incredible stuff certainly there, guys. As I mentioned, we are going to be live for a reaction stream in just a couple of minutes. I'm just making sure everything is set up for that. But really, again, shocking what's happened. Shocking what's happened. Jimmy Uso has turned on his brother Jey. As I mentioned, I'll be back in just a few seconds. You won't have to go anywhere. You'll be redirected. Have a good one, and I'll speak to you again very soon. Peace.